Hello, and thank you for watching this video. This video is the first 20 episodes of Superhero Critic, released over 12 years ago. A lot has changed since then. But this covers my first Batman with the Tim Burton movies and the Joel Schumacher movies. Covers all of the 90s Ninja Turtle movies, Mystery Men, Power Rangers, Spawn, a shitload. So, hope you enjoy, and thanks for watching.
There has been many directors to take on the mantle of creating the Batman on live screen. From Tim Burton to Christopher Nolan. But there is one director that has taken the Batman franchise, shoved it so far into a blender, blended it all up, ate that essence, took a shit on Batman. There is two movies he created. One does not exist, and two, Batman Forever. So the movie starts with the WB logo turning into the bat symbol. We then get random swooping text followed by close-ups and unnecessary close-ups on Batman. All leading up to the first corny joke of the movie.
Can I persuade you to take a sandwich with you, sir?
I'll get drive-through.
We then meet the first villain of the movie, Two-Face, played by Tommy Lee Jones. I personally think that Tommy was trying to play off Jim and be more comedic than Jim, even though technically neither one of their characters was supposed to be comedic if you go by the comic. But if you go by this piece of shit movie, you understand. Well, we see that Two-Face has basically taken that security guard, locked him up in a safe, and is awaiting for the bats to save. And now we meet this movie's love interest, because every Batman has to have a different love interest, Chase Meridian, and entering via crappy green screen, we get the hero of the movie.
The second bank of Gotham on the...
Second anniversary of the day I captured him.
How could Two-Face resist?
What a surprise! Jokes about the number 2. We then get our first fight, which involves Two-Face's goons shooting at a door instead of waiting till Batman shows up. Batman then proceeds to kick all of their asses one by one. Can I get one of those things? Batman eventually beats up all the goons and then he goes to save the guard. So let me guess.
It's a trap!
Next thing you're gonna tell me, he's gonna save someone's life with a fucking hearing aid. What the fuck kind of bullshit is that? Like, seriously, I understand you could hear better with a hearing aid, but I personally do not think you could actually do that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that's possible. Anyway, he saves the guard, puts the safe back, and then after Two-Face has his goon fly their helicopter into a eyeball, Two-Face believes that Batman is actually dead, which we all know would make this movie a lot shorter. So, no, he tricks them by disappearing and throwing his cape over the helicopter. Batman eventually takes down Two-Face's goons, he messes up the helicopter, and forces them to crash into the Statue of Liberty. What a way for a beginning to a movie. A really horrible CGI version of Gotham, and we then meet our second villain. I don't know if it's Jim Carrey acting or if it's just the way this character was written for this movie, but this character is like beyond creepy with his obsession of Bruce Wayne.
Partners in this, Bruce. Look at us. Two of a kind.
Dude, you need to get laid. We then get a scene where Chase Meridian has used a bat signal for her own personal sexual fantasies just so she could call Batman and try to seduce him. I swear, Batman goes through more girls than a freaking pimp. That is until Commissioner Gordon decides to join the party.
What's going on?
Nothing.
Fuck you, you cockblock. Sorry, I gotta go do hero stuff. But I want your penis. Nope, sorry, bye-bye. We then go back to Wayne Tower, where Nigma has clearly been staying up all night to work on his project, when his boss Fred comes in and basically tells him to go home and not to come back. So what does Nigma do? Anything that a normal psychotic person would do. He knocks his boss out. When he wakes up, he's been put into this brain drain thing, and we get about a 3-minute rant from Jim Carrey about what the brain drain actually does.
Riddle me this, Fred.
Fuck yeah, he said the Riddler line. The scene ends with Nigma killing his boss. Now, don't you wish you could do that? Movie goes back to Bruce Wayne, but he's watching the Two-Face origin.
Left brain damage transformed him into a violent criminal.
Even in the comic books, it was Falcone that threw the acid on him and not Maroni.
Yep, definitely sure.
Bruce Wayne is then called back to Wayne Tower in order to figure out how Fred died, which he quickly concludes was not a suicide. He then gets the first Riddler riddle. After a pointless montage from the Riddler of putting the second riddle together, Bruce Wayne literally breaks down the door of Chase's house. I personally believe this scene was pointless because it was clear that Bruce Wayne already knew the answers to the riddles, but at the same time, it was clearly just a way for Bruce to get his bats inside of Chase's belfry. But this whole scene was Chase just trying to analyze and completely get to know the real Bruce Wayne. Thank you for that obvious conclusion. Bruce eventually asks her to go to the circus with her, so now we get to go and meet our next character of the movie, Dick Grayson.
Richard, the youngest, Flying Grayson.
Dick. His name means penis. After a complete and total failed hookup because Chase clearly loves Batman over Bruce, instead of Bruce just coming out and say, "Hey, I'm Batman, love both of us." Anyway, a successful death drop by Robin, Two-Face decides to take over. He plants bombs everywhere. He gets a giant bomb that's got 2 minutes to destroy. Yay, more 2 jokes. And the Graysons end up trying to save the day by climbing all the banisters, which of course ends up leading to most of their deaths. Well, that didn't take long for someone to become an orphan. Seeing as he has nowhere to go, Dick basically becomes adopted by Bruce, and they bond over bicycles. They try to get into each other's heads and stuff like that, getting to know each other. Dick being a dick. We then get the next scene, which of course is a flashback. Why? Because no Batman movie is complete without the flashback of how Bruce Wayne became Batman. While Bruce is grieving, Alfred helps Dick get settled in, and we get a bunch of cliche pre-hero lines. The movie then decides to completely waste our time by giving a completely pointless Two-Face ambush scene, where most of this scene was used in the trailer just to promote the movie. And after that completely pointless scene, we get a Riddler montage of him trying to figure out what he's gonna call himself. So then the Riddler decides to show up at Two-Face's place, tell him of his plan, which is to take a box and put it on every television in Gotham and Two-Face goes for it.
Here's a good one.
No. There is a good one.
We then go back to Bruce Wayne, who has gotten the third riddle from Nigma that revolves around chess pods. And then we get a small TV-like rendition of how many people have really bought the box. And back at Wayne Manor, Dick Grayson finds the Batcave. I swear that Batcave is easier to find than a porno at a sperm bank. We once again go back to Bruce and Chase talking about their inner selves.
What crime could he have committed?
I can't be jealous of Batman.
'Cause I'm Batman. And thankfully that boring scene ends with Bruce getting interrupted by Alfred saying that Dick has stolen the Batmobile.
That's not bad, man.
Dick then poses as Batman, clearly failing in the process, and eventually saves a girl for a bunch of clown-like thugs that try too hard to look like a cross between a skull and a Joker.
Doesn't Batman ever kiss the girl?
Actually, yes, he does. All the time. He can't keep one, but he gets the girl. The real Batman eventually shows up and basically saves the day while Dick continuously tries to beat the crap out of him. They go back to the Batcave and they get into a argument about whether or not Dick can be Batman's partner.
But your pain doesn't die with Harvey.
If we're the same, Bruce, help me. All right, train me. Let me be your partner.
No. I can't.
Actually, all comics would beg to differ with that one. Deciding to go to the Nigma Tech Ball, Bruce Wayne runs into Nigma. Nigma then proceeds to copy exactly everything that Bruce is doing, eventually steals Bruce's memory with the box, and the thing is eventually crashed by Two-Face.
Your entrance was good. His was better.
Eventually, the fight leads them into like this sort of underground gas area, where again Two-Face tries to kill the Bat and almost succeeds if it isn't for one thing. Robin! Bruce and Dick once again have another argument over Dick wanting to help and taking down Two-Face. But again, Batman only works alone, even though every comic says otherwise. Another meeting with Chase ends up with Chase admitting that she no longer has feelings for Batman, but only has feelings for Bruce Wayne. So score 1 for relationship flip-flopping. The winner of the world's creepiest smile goes to... Back at Two-Face headquarters, Batman's identity is found out. I swear, Batman's identity is harder to keep than a disease from a prostitute. Back in Wayne Manor, Batman has decided to give up being Batman, and we are given more flashbacks during a dinner with Chase. Eventually, the villains break into the manor. They knock out Alfred, they blow up the Batcave, and they shoot Bruce in the process, kidnapping Chase Meridi. When Bruce comes to, he solves all the riddles, decides that Batman has to come back out of that short vacation, and as he decides to leave, Dick and him finally decide to become partners. It's so wonderful. They're finally partners. As the dynamic duo race to save the day, Two-Face and Riddler decide to turn their area into a giant battleship area. Eventually, Robin's Batboat gets targeted by one of the mines in the sea and explodes. That's kind of pathetic that Robin already needs saving.
Holy rusted metal, Batman!
Really? You gotta pull a 1960s Batman joke? You just couldn't wait to do that, could you? You just had to do that, didn't you, Joel? Didn't you? Didn't you? Didn't you? As Riddler's island basically separates the dynamic duo, Batman goes into one room and nearly escapes death by outsmarting the building, and Robin goes head-to-head with Two-Face, saving his life only because he's the good guy and he can't let a bad guy die. Get to the climax of this movie. It involves the Riddler setting up Chase and Robin in two separate tubes that all lead down to death. Batman only has time to save one, so what does Batman do? He tells a good riddle that involves himself. He takes out the lighting system as well as the box. Now, there's one thing I do want to mention, and that's personally, my thought is that this specific type of situation, villain-wise, would not be something that the Riddler would do. In my personal opinion, it's more something that Two-Face would do, having to do one or more choices and only being able to do one. Now, of course, it's Batman, so he's going to be able to do two. Eventually, Two-Face has to be taken down, so of course he shows up at the nick of time while the heroes are celebrating or whatever, and gets tricked by Batman throwing coins in the air. So ironically, the end of the movie ends with them going to Arkham Asylum, and we get a glimpse of what sanity Edward Nygma really does have left. And we end the movie with yet another conversation between Chase and Bruce, a cliche end of movie kiss, as well as Batman and Robin running towards the screen and everything going black. There you have it. Batman Forever. I personally think that they could have made this movie a lot better if they did not go for a child's point of view movie. They made it too campy, and I personally feel that they should have kept going with Tim Burton's dark feel, maybe lighten it up a little bit, but no, they had to go to the complete and total opposite of what Tim Burton had created and turn it into something that my kid wouldn't even watch while I sat and watched the movie review. That's sad. I'm your superhero critic. I stay super, so you stay. Growing up in the 90s, everybody was a fan of Power Rangers. If you weren't, you're lying to yourself. Anyway, so when 1995 came around and they announced that they were going to have a big blowout movie, we were all excited for it. Well, those of us who were old enough to remember it. But either way, what we got was what we asked for. The Power Rangers movie. So we start the movie with what every good movie starts with: text! This is so going to be a bad movie. After our title opening, we finally get the beginning of the movie with all 6 Power Rangers and Bulk and Skull getting ready to skydive. Why I never got to skydive as a high schooler, I will never know, but I sure as hell wish I could. Alright, so let me get this straight. Instead of spending your budget, really good special effects, better CGI than what we get, you spend all your money on skydiving lessons for the actor. I can already tell this is going to be a bad movie. We then go from skydiving to rollerblade, and then Bulk and Skull finally get the courage to jump out of the plane. Alright, stop right there. You're telling me that in the span of time it takes Bulk and Skull to jump from the plane, that the Power Rangers not only have time to change clothes, but have a giant rollerblading thing before Bulk and Skull even land? That's not possible. So the construction workers reveal that they have found something of an alien proportion. The Rangers are then called to the command center. We meet the giant CGI floating head that is Zordon. And we get the backstory of our main villain.
6,000 years ago, a morphological being known as Ivan Ooze ruled the world with a reign of unparalleled.
We go back to Ivan Ooze's egg, where Lord Zed, Rita, Goldar, and the replacement for Squat and Babu, that does not exist in the actual show, appears and awakens.
Not much has changed in 6,000 years.
You obviously don't know who you're dealing with, Mr. Raisinhead.
Real
Raisinhead. Okay, first off, that is the first corny joke of the movie. So, I don't continuously say this is a corny joke, this is a corny joke, that's a corny joke, this is a corny joke. I've taken the time to mash together every corny joke from this movie into one big loop. Enjoy.
Free dessert with lunch. They probably landed on the roof. You obviously don't know who you're dealing with, Mr. Raisinhead.
Woo! Where's my autograph book?
Ever play kick the can?
The makeup.
Let me get the door. Use, you lose. You know the funny thing about morphing? What's that? You don't appreciate it till you can't do it anymore. I'm a frog.
You want us to take another whack at it? How about taking another quack at it?
Bone to pick with you. What is this? Pick on the frog day? Elevator going down. Talk about a splitting headache.
Nice stereo. Hang in there, Rocky.
Well, I'm hanging. I'm hanging. Ah, ooze.
Okay, enough of that. We come to our first unmorphed fight where, complete with corny joke after corny joke, we eventually see the Power Rangers get overpowered to the point where they have to pull out their morphers. Are they finally gonna do it?
Let's do it, guys. Right. It's morphin' time.
After the morphing sequence, we go back to the command center where Ivan Ooze makes his way into it and completely destroys the entire command center, with Zordon with it. Zordon! The next scene is their morphed fight, complete with new weapons that don't exist in the actual show. Tommy taking over and completely one-upping everybody like he usually does. And an awesome CGI animation from Saba. Until their powers disappear. So, can anybody explain why even after destroying Zordon, why it takes that long of a period after being morphed to actually lose their powers? Does it, like, not sense that the morphing grid's been destroyed? They make it back to the command center only to find out that Zordon is dying. Alpha tells them of a new power that they can go search for if they have enough power to get them there.
We may not have our powers, but we're still the Power Rangers.
Not technically, because you need powers to be a Power Ranger. So as the Rangers go to get the great power, Ivan Ooze appoints himself a leader and in the process creates, via snot, his new minions, the Tango Warriors. Back to the Rangers, they investigate the planet that they end up being teleported to, finding dead skeletons everywhere, and then we go back to Ivan, who reveals his plan to Goldar and the pig. The Rangers are then attacked by the Tangas, and not having the ability to morph gets them overpowered, until they are saved by a set of boobs.
We're different. We won't fail.
I don't think Lady Boobs likes you. Dalcia then gives them a warning to leave until...
Our leader Zordon got hurt. Zordon! Did you say Zordon?
Are you fucking kidding me? Does everybody in the universe know who Zordon is? We jump back to Zordon and Alpha, who, through the viewing globe, see that Ivan Ooze is selling his ooze to kids. That eventually poisons parents' minds and makes them completely brain dead. Alcia then sprays basically fairy dust all over the Rangers, and we get new animals including bear, wolf, ape, crane, falcon, and poor Adam gets the frog. The Rangers then use their ninjetti powers for the first time, defeating dinosaurs. I frankly have no jokes for this. It's a joke in itself. Back to the subplot, Ivan decides that the adults of Angel Grove are no longer needed after they help him create his creatures. Our heroes eventually come to a rock quarry where the statues come to life and try to kill them. Rocky almost kills himself by falling off the edge. Aisha shoves herself into a corner, and once again, Tommy is the savior of the day. Once the battle's over, they eventually get their powers back via animal spirits that circle their bodies and sparkle. Alright, so you're telling me that all they had to do to get their new power was beat up a bunch of rock monsters and dinosaurs? Come on, creative team. You could have come up with something a little more harder than that. Once they get back to Angel Grove, the Rangers automatically call for their Zords because they have seen that Angel Grove has basically been destroyed. While the Rangers deal with Ivan's minions, our mini-hero convinces the kids to help him save the adults. How he knows how to run a train, I have no idea. So here's how the battle goes. Adam and Billy are the ones that tackle the scorpion. Rocky and Aisha are the ones that tackle the humanoid. Kimberly fails at trying to take down Ivan. And then, once again, Tommy comes out of nowhere and destroys the scorpion, showing once again that Tommy has to be a glory hog. Ivan eventually decides to get his hands dirty by taking over one of his machines, so the Rangers call upon the Megazord. Morphing sequence, Tommy has to go save the kids because the monorail breaks in Ivan's destruction. In return, Ivan decides to completely destroy the Megazord by throwing it through buildings. So they finally figure out how they're going to destroy Ivan Ooze by using the meteor that is circling Earth. So they decide, once Tommy comes back into play, that it ends with a ball shot. So Ivan's been destroyed. Fred saves all the adults from impending doom. So the only thing we have left is to resurrect Zordon. I personally do not like the ending of this movie because it's bullshit. Oh, we have the power, let's put our heads together and resurrect Zordon. It's like there's no consequence to what actually happens. Zordon could have died, and that would have made not only a lot of people pissed off, but it would have been like a whole what the fuck moment. But no, we get Sparkle. Regardless of my opinion on the whole movie, I personally believe that we got what we wanted as kids seeing the Power Rangers on the big screen. We got better effects, better storyline, a new villain. It's a typical response to what you expect with a children's show turned into a movie. There's really nothing more to say it. Is it a bad movie? For some. Mainly those who don't like Power Rangers. But for Power Ranger nostalgia fans, to this day, it is one of the best things that Power Rangers has ever brought to us. I'm your superhero critic. I stay super. You stay awesome. I'm out this bitch. Hey there, my fellow superhero viewers. We all know of big-time superheroes like Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man.
But what they don't know is how the minor superheroes can play a role as well.
Who are you?
I am Zelda. Or is it Link? Which one's the girl? I want to be the girl.
Fine, whatever. This is Mystery Men. The movie starts with a random party for old people that are crashed by a group of people known as the Red Eyes.
And if you make a fucking Yu-Gi-Oh card joke, I will be pissed.
You just said a Yu-Gi-Oh reference.
God damn it.
We then meet our actual heroes of the movie, the overly clearly racistly stereotyped Blue Raja, the Captain America reject, the Chevalier, and the clearly powerless Mr. Furious, played by Ben Stiller.
What?
I'm just not a fan of Ben Stiller.
You don't be a little bitch. Ben Stiller's been in a lot of shit. Like, I don't know, but he's a good actor.
After a long and embarrassing failure at saving the day, we meet our walking billboard so-called real hero of the movie, Captain Amazing, who saves the day from the Red Eyes and of course gets all the credit.
So, after Captain Amazing saves the day, the misfit heroes try to get some sort of acknowledgement that they saved the day too, but even the cops give them a scare and...
That's really sad that even cops can scare the crap out of these guys. Once Captain Amazing gets in his limo, he argues with his agent that there is no real villains anymore because he's put them all behind bars. So they need to release from prison the main villain of the movie, Casanova Frankenstein, and has his alter ego, Captain Amazing, releases the Casanova.
Oh look, we get a long, boring conversation of the heroes bitching about them not getting any credit of the nice events. I'm so sad.
Lance Hunt is our benefactor. Yeah, we could spend $150.
That's because Lance Hunt is Captain Amazing.
Oh, don't start that again. Lance Hunt wears glasses. Captain Amazing doesn't wear glasses.
Hey, what a surprise! A Superman reference! After dinner, everyone bickers over the check and we meet Frankenstein's henchmen, the Disco Boys. But our so-called heroes all have their own personal issues. I swear, the characters in this movie get cornier and cornier.
Just like my shit in your movie reviews.
Asshat!
Alejandro.
Regardless, we get multiple scenes. We find out that the Blue Raja is actually not British and is living with his mother. The Shoveler has marriage problems. Mr. Furious decides to investigate Casanova's place.
Inside Casanova Frankenstein's place, we find out about a plan to unleash a doomsday device upon the city, and after he blows up the asylum, ends up kidnapping Captain Amazing.
Like nobody saw releasing a supervillain was gonna cause problems.
The heroes then have a failed rescue attempt after Furious tells them what he saw, this leading them into the only other solution, recruitment for new members of their team of misfits. This eventually leads them to meet Invisible Boy, played by Kel Mitchell.
And what exactly is Invisible Boy's power? Well, to put it simply...
Give us a demonstration. No. I can only become invisible when no one's watching.
That has got to be the stupidest motherfucking power. On the face of the idea, like, there's like a list of fucking stupid powers you can have as a superhero. And that's like number 1. I can go invisible, but only if I'm naked and no one's watching me. That's like every time I take a shower.
That, my friend, is very disgusting. However, when you're right, you're right. But stupid power aside, we then meet the next hero of the group, the stinky one, the spleen, with the power to...
Oh, dear God.
Silent, but deadly.
After the spleen's display of power, the group decides to hold out a set of superhero tryouts to find more people for the team, complete with a cameo with the unfunny comedian Dane Cook.
What in the Christ? Have you ever had Christ checks? Dude, Christ checks tastes like angel dust. Like when you take off their wings and like grind them together and like the fuzz that comes out of when you're like molting. That's what it's called. When it like molts, that's what you taste when you taste Christ checks. It's like angels. Yeah. Continue the fucking review.
Dane Cook is not funny, he has never been funny, and he never will be funny.
After a waste of time with the tryouts, we meet the token female of the movie, the Bola, and she seems to be the only one who actually brings something to the table.
I guess I'll just have to take my ball and go home.
No! Can I have her ball? While driving, the group decides to trail down Casanova's car and basically act like a bunch of children who can't get their way, especially Ben Stiller has a giant temper tantrum on the fucking hood of the car.
The group that then hits up the bar after the giant temper tantrum, but their excitement of partying is cut short when the disco boys corner them in an alleyway until they are mysteriously saved by the Sphinx.
Finally, another person with an actual power.
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously that conservative's not from Texas.
The Sphinx takes the group to a sort of camping ground, and after a speech about needing to work on teammate, we get this movie's training montage.
After the montage, Mr. Furious gets annoyed with the Sphinx's ways of doing things and leaves the team, so now they have to find some sort of actual firepower to make up for his being gone.
They go to see a character who they ran into at the beginning of the movie named Dr. Heller, who specializes in non-lethal weaponry, including tornado in a can, a shrink ray, the blame ray.
A blame thrower? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
You're making this review suck. I don't think we're ever getting reviews because of you. Stop spitting on me, Eric. Are you, sir? On the side? He's a crap. Step on. Police station. You kill our city. This is pretty guy. I hate you. Second life. Random viewers. You suck. I thought you made me video games. Stupid crack horse.
What the hell was that?
I don't know, but I want one so I can spray my dog and cat with it.
Eventually, through the girl he's been mooning over's advice, Mr. Furious finally rejoins the team.
Inside Casanova's, we meet all of Nova's stereotyped gangs ranging from black guys to Italians to women.
The heroes find Captain Amazing, and after a lot of bickering, insults, and confusion, the heroes eventually end up accidentally killing the captain.
I don't think that's the right toggle.
You don't say.
We go back to the team's fortress of mysterytude, and we get more team bickering and a very awesome speech from the shoveler.
Still get fraculated.
This is our fight, whether we like it or not. Just we few. We're not your classic superheroes. We're not the favorites. We're the other guys. We're the guys nobody ever bets on. But I'll tell you what I think. I think you and that ball of yours have an appointment that you've got to keep. Invisible Boy, I think it's time you were seen. Sphinx, you have trained us well. And Dr. Heller, you might just have given us the edge we need. And Spleen, I don't want to stand behind you, but I'll fight beside you with pride.
That
was beautiful.
After the heroes all say their goodbyes, Furious finally getting the girl, we go back into the group preparing for the final battle, and they all try to get Furious's anger back that falling in love magically took away. Makes no sense.
They finally manage to break into Nova's, and to even their own surprise, their magnet actually works in taking the goons' guns away. The group then has to get past the turret, and it's finally Invisible Boy's time to shine.
What are you talking about? Wait, Invisible Boy, wait a minute! I wouldn't do that if...
Come back, son. You'll be cremated.
It's all about me now. I'm the only one that can save us.
He's right. Good luck, son.
Nobody look at me.
Don't look at him or it won't work.
I am transparent. I am like the window. I am see-through. I'm like saran wrap. I did it! I'm invisible! I really do have superpowers! Can you see me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
2 hands there, son.
Maybe.
That is way too much dark chocolate that I never wanted to see.
For once, we actually agree on something.
After they get through the turret, they start taking out the goons group after group. They use the shrink ray on the chicks, Shoveler takes out some of the disco boys, and the Spleen and Invisible take out some Italians using Spleen's fucking ass.
Ebola then comes face to face with her father's killer and finally gets her revenge.
Nova kidnaps the Furious's girl, and Nova and Furious have a showdown that eventually ends with Nova's own death by getting him thrown into his own death machine.
Frack you later, Franken puss.
Ow.
With Nova gone, the only thing they have left to do is destroy the device. With some quick thinking, the bowler sends her father into the machine.
After the explosion, the heroes make their way through the wreckage and are met by reporters, where we finally get the name of the movie within the movie.
Well, whatever you call them, Champion City will forever owe a debt of gratitude to these mystery men.
There, you happy? I watched the movie. I put up with Ben Stiller's unfunniness for almost 2 hours.
Just shut the hell up and admit that Ben Stiller was awesome. And the movie was great.
Don't get me wrong. I think the movie's great. I personally, other than Ben Stiller, of course, I personally think that there's nothing wrong with this movie.
I know something's wrong with the movie. Not enough TNA. I've got a thing for TNA. I jerk off a lot.
That's disgusting. You're a perv. And on that, I'm the Superhero Critic. I stay super so you don't have to.
And I'm the geeky game guy. I like alliterations. And I need help.
Hello, I'm your Superhero Critic, and welcome to Ninja Turtles Month. We all know that come 2014, Michael Bay will destroy the Ninja Turtles franchise with his new Ninja Turtles movie. So with that being said, to honor those crime-fighting, pizza-eating reptiles that we all love, I have dedicated the month of January to the Turtles. What better way to start off than with the first movie? So sit back and enjoy. The movie begins with an overview of New York City with a female overvoice speaking of the crime that has been committed for weeks. We then see more crimes being committed at the same time until we find out the voice is actually a news report brought to us by
April O'Neil.
Oh yeah, we start the movie already meeting April O'Neil. We finally meet our heroes of the movie, the Ninja Turtles themselves, and after quickly saving April and slipping into the shadows, Raphael begins the cussing counter for a kid movie.
Let's get him in the car.
Damn. In fact, due to all the cussing that Raph does do in this movie, I'm going to need a damn counter.
So started at 1. So it's back to the sewers for the title card, and all the turtles shouting out awesome one-liners, except for Raph.
Damn!
When the turtles get to the lair, Master Splinter goes into master mode and once again teaches the turtles about secrecy and staying away from the public eye. But Raph wants to go back up to the top to retrieve his sai. So, while the other turtles are dancing, Raphael decides to go see a movie. I really doubt a trench coat and a hat is a good disguise for a turtle. While Mikey's waiting for pizza, him and Donnie get into a conversation about how life would be without Master Splinter. And the pizza man learns a lesson from Mikey himself.
Wise man say, forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza.
Best knowledge ever. Cutting back to Raph, we see Raph trying to step in to be a hero when 2 kids try to steal an old lady's purse, but he gets stopped by the vigilante Casey Jones. The fight eventually goes back and forth with both Casey and Raph spatting out joke after joke, but eventually Casey gets the upper hand. This, of course, pisses Raph off and leads to Raph chasing Casey across New York.
What the heck was that?
Looked like sort of a big turtle in a trench coat.
See, I told you your costume was a piece of shit.
Come back here! I'm not finished with you! Damn!
After the fight with Casey, Raph tries to sneak back into the sewer, but is stopped by Splinter, and after a long conversation about needing to let go of his own anger, Raph is convinced that he needs to start speaking his mind to the rest of the family. Going back to April's, we see her getting a visit from her boss, telling her to drop the story on the foot, but like the April we all know and love, she refuses to back down. This conversation eventually leads to them arguing over her boss's.
I wonder where the hell he got those things anyway.
You clearly didn't watch your son in the beginning of the movie. The movie then cuts back and forth from both the turtles and a shadow figure, both watching the interview being inducted to the chief of police by April herself.
Because a few immigrants are reminded of something that supposedly happened years ago in Japan.
Last I checked, that was your job.
Are you trying to tell me how to do my job?
Down in the subway, April gets ambushed by the Foot to stay out of their business, and is eventually saved by Raph. Raph then takes her to the sewer to get her back to health, despite all the arguments from the rest of the turtles. She then wakes up with an ear-popping scream. Ah! Thank you! I will never be able to hear again. After April finally calms down and realizes she's not dreaming, Splinter tells her and the audience the backstory of him and the turtles. What a lot of people don't know is that the movie's storyline for Splinter is actually the original comic storyline. Don't believe me? Read a comic. After they get April back home, she ends up saying the magic words for the turtles, and her and the turtles share some pizza and a few laughs. It was a joke. You're still a bitch. The turtles eventually head back to the sewers, but only to find out something horrible has happened. That is one pissed off turtle. The turtles try to get some help from April since their place has been ransacked, but her boss once again tries to force her away from the Foot story. While April and her boss argue, his son snoops around April's place while the turtles have to continue disappearing. I swear that is the nosiest kid on the planet. If I saw him snooping around my house like that, I'd punch him in the face. After Danny and his father have a fight, Danny runs and heads towards every teenager's dream place to hang out, where they can do what they want, when they want, from skating to poker to... Finally, after a short training session with the man known as Tatsu, we finally get to meet the main villain of the Turtles franchise, the one and only Shredder, who promises all the kids he can be what they desire the most.
This is your family. I am your father.
The movie jumps to another news report the Turtles are watching, and Leo and Raph get into an argument about what to do about the Foot. Raph eventually leaves and heads up to the roof to blow off steam.
Ninja kicked the damn Damn rabbit, do something!
While Raph starts fighting an ambush from the foot, April starts a tour of the antique shop, and the tour goes really well until...
We'll be back any minute.
So we finally get the fight we've been waiting for, the Turtles versus the Foot. And of course, because they are the heroes at first, the Turtles are winning the battle until...
I'm not sure if this is, structurally speaking, such a good time for your, buddies to drop in.
Looks like the Foot is really falling for the Turtles. Okay, so that joke sucked. Bite me! With the Turtles outnumbered, they quickly start to lose the battle until the savior of the day, Casey Jones, shows up to help. During the battle, a couple of the Foot end up axing electrical lines and the place starts to go up in flames. The Turtles barely have enough time to get out, and April's boss ends up leaving a message on her answering machine.
Fired, April. I'm sorry. I know this comes as a blow.
You say that again, Chuck.
Oh, so Casey could get away with a corny joke, but I can't? Enraged that the Foot failed to capture the Turtle, Shredder tries to get more information out of Splinter. Tatsu then has a huge temper tantrum.
Mr. Tatsu, stop! Please, please, stop! No!
That guy needs some anger management. Danny pays a visit to Splinter for the first time, and they have a conversation about having a family and the typical son, I hate my father type crap. For a lengthy amount of time, April, Casey, and the Turtles make refuge at a house in the woods, with April narrating the entire set of scenes. To me, it's just a way to make some filler scenes, and eventually, after a long time of filler, Raphael finally wakes up and the Turtles are four once again. It's just so touching. After Shredder heads towards his past, we get a miniature training montage, and Leonardo wants the rest of the Turtles to help him spiritually contact Splinter. Once it finally works, Splinter tells his son of how proud he really is of them and that it's finally time to end the Foot once and for all.
What is it?
It's time to go back.
When they get back to the sewers, we find out that Danny had been camping out in their home for a while. Casey soon follows Danny after he slips out into the night, and as Danny goes into speaking with Splinter again, we get more backstory, this time on Splinter himself. And now the moment we have all been waiting for. It's the final showdown! Due to Danny's slight betrayal, the Foot heads straight to the sewers, so instead they bring the battle to them and quickly rid the sewers of the Foot. Going back to the Foot headquarters, Casey ends up fighting with Tatsu in order to save Splinter, and eventually leads to Casey pulling out a secret weapon. Let's see Tiger Woods make that hole in one. After the Foot runs away, the fight is then taken to the roof where the Turtles finally meet face to face with the Shredder. And after they continue to get their asses kicked, the only way they get close to winning is when Splinter comes and saves the day. Finally, the epic showdown between Splinter and Shredder. So the movie then ends very quickly. Shredder's put into the garbage truck, the kids turn themselves in, Casey gets the girl, and we end the movie on Splinter saying his only joke of the entire movie. And the Turtles' most recognizable catchphrase.
I have always liked Cowabunga.
Huh?
So, anticlimactic ending aside, I believe this movie will forever be 10 times better than anything that Michael Bay could ever put together relating to the Turtles. So, with that aside, join me next week when we dive into the secret of the ooze. I'm your superhero critic. I stay super, so you stay awesome. Hello! I'm your Superhero Critic, and welcome to Ninja Turtles Month Part 2. So without further ado, let's just dive right into the secret of the ooze. The movie opens with a zoom in on New York with one of my favorite movie opening tracks and random clips of people scarfing down pizza. In fact, I actually believe you could take any random clip of somebody eating a slice of pizza and it would fit into this opening credit scene. Here, let me show you. See, told you. We meet one of the main characters for this movie, Kino, who has a failed attempt at picking up chicks.
Which one of you lucky girls gets a ride with me tonight?
Dream on, dweeb.
Yeah, okay. But when I do, I'll dream of something a little thinner.
Ooh, good comeback, Kino. Hey, our delivery boy has turned criminal with unneeded curiosity. Through his curiosity, Kino finds a group of thieves robbing a store. Quickly, he gets into a fight.
Stay down! Did I mention I study martial arts?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, Kino. More thieves come out, and the turtles come running down the stairs to help save the day. One thing I want to say about this movie is that due to all of the cussing and the violence of the first movie, we got butthurt parents who did not want as much cussing or violence in the movie, so instead of actual weapon usage throughout the movie, we get fights with belts, yo-yos, and sausages. Thank you. Thank you for ruining it. After the opening battle, we get a quick meeting of Kino being told by the turtles to call the police, and by the time he actually gets back, the turtles have already tied up all the thieves and even steal his pizzas. Oh, they didn't even leave a tip. April comes home, and after almost losing her groceries due to a scare by Michelangelo's property, she then cleans up after everybody.
Michelangelo. The rat is the cleanest one.
The fact that the rat is actually the cleanest one is kind of actually sad. As April goes upstairs, the turtles come home and they once again have crappy one-liners.
Muy primo, bros! Turtle ripping! Max Mundo! Acapella!
After a game of pizza football, the turtles and April have a conversation about whether or not the turtles have a new place yet. The turtles stating it's hard to go back to the sewers when the entire foot knows where their old lair is. Raph then gives a quick synopsis of the ending of the first movie.
I have Kina right into the back of a garbage truck!
After Splinter comes down, the group has a talk about moving forward and moving on with their lives. But it also forwards the plot to the movie. He's back. We then go to a junkyard where Captain Angry Pants himself, Tatsu, declares himself leader and that for anyone who challenges to step forward.
I challenge.
You, sir, have been downgraded. The scene jumps to April conducting an interview with the lead professor of a company called TGRI. We learn that they have some sort of hidden agenda. We also meet April's new intern, Freddy, who follows the TGR guys into a field and picks up a mutated flower.
Dandelions.
That is one big dandelion. Freddy takes the flower back to Shredder, who at first is pissed off about it, but then an idea sparks in his head as he demands Tatsu take the foot to TGRI that night. The movie then jumps to the turtles trying to clean up, but the surprise is spoiled when April comes home early. Splinter then demands that all of them meet him on the roof, where he then tells them that their past has come back to haunt them.
TGRI.
So you're telling me it took them 15 years to learn from their father where the ooze actually came from. Worst father ever. The professor is abducted by Tatsu as the turtles investigate the TGRI building. They find out that only one canister of ooze is left before Donnie ends up crashing the computer. The Foot show themselves and the two teams play keep away with the canister until eventually it turns into a football game, complete with huddles and even a chair surfing joke. But alas, the Foot eventually win, and they do their ninja vanish. The Shredder is actually very excited that the Foot have actually succeeded and orders his minions to find the most dangerous animals that they can find. Back to April's, the Turtles are packing up their stuff to get April out of harm's way, but are stopped by Kino knocking on the door. The Turtles hide, and April tries her hardest to act as if she knows martial arts.
I like to do a little chucking every now and then.
Before Kino leaves, he notices that Raph's foot is sticking out of his hiding spot. He stomps on it. Splinter once again makes somebody faint once they meet.
I think you'd better sit down.
When he comes to, Kino learns the backstory of the Turtles and tells the group that the Foot is hiring teenagers to bring more people in. Back to the junkyard, we see that Shredder is threatening the professor that ooze better work. The Turtles bid for April farewell as they journey to the sewers to try to find a new place. Raph, of course, getting pissed off that they are looking for a place instead of looking for the Foot, ditches the rest of the Turtles. Mikey then bitches about not being able to find a place in the sewers.
Oh, you think even an idiot could find a place down here? But no!
Hey, Mikey.
There's a hole.
The Turtles jump down the hole to find an old abandoned subway station, and they claim it as their own. Donnie then calls April while she's arguing with her boss to tell her that they found a place, but they can't find Raph. Back to the junkyard, it's now time for the big reveal of Shredder's mutated freaks, but what he ends up getting is not what he asked for.
They're babies!
He chose infants. Worst mistake you could ever make.
Hey, no, wait, look! They may be intellectually inferior, but...
As you can see, they do have other attributes.
Or the best mistake you could ever make. Raph and Kino go ahead with their plan on infiltrating the Foot. So after Kino kicks ass in fighting other teenagers, Raph then decides to help Kino cheat in order to pass the second test of collecting bells off of a mannequin.
Is this enough?
I do believe that's enough. After they get in, they quickly get caught by Tatsu, and the two have to defend themselves. While Kino gets away, Raph ends up being captured. Kino runs back to the city in order to tell April and the guys what happened. The other three Turtles then quickly make their way back to the junkyard, and after taking a couple guards, they find a tied-up Raph.
Look! It's Raph! Yeah, a little too Raph. You guys...
That joke's a little unfunny. A little too unfunny. The Turtles then spring the trap that was clearly going to happen and quickly learn that someone from their past is still alive and...
Oh, the Shred Dude! No. It's him!
So the Turtles are sitting ducks as the Shredder and the Foot bring the Turtles over a shitload of pointy objects, and everything looks grim for the Turtles until...
Cowabunga!
The fight with the Foot then continues, and the Turtles are winning until... After a couple of failed attempts to take down Tonka and Razor from Raph and Donnie, Donnie gets thrown into the shed where the TGRI professor is being held. He quickly saves him. During the battle, Michelangelo finds a sewer behind a trash car, and the heroes make their hasty getaway and have to tell the professor their backstory.
Great, dude! We can explain. You see...
15 years ago, you came into contact with a green colloidal gel down in a sewer which transforms you into your present state.
Fantastic.
So it's the professor's fault you mutated. Good job, Professor. Good job. Back to the lair, Donnie has a depression mode when he realizes that the ooze was all just an accident. We then jump straight to Tonka and Razor attacking the city at night. The next morning, April gets into an argument with Chief Stern because he once again can't or won't do anything to help out the city.
Stearns, there are two very dangerous things out there.
And just what exactly would you like me to do about it?
Okay, seriously, after 2 movies, I have come to the conclusion that that cop is the worst cop on the planet. April soon learns that her intern Freddy was actually a Foot member and is told to tell the Turtles that if the Turtles are not at a meeting place by nightfall, Shredder will let Tonka and Razor out on the city again. And through the help of the Professor, the Turtles hatch a plan to make an anti-mutagen to counteract a mutation, but there's only one drawback.
You mean they have to eat it?
So the question is, how will they get them to nom nom on this disgusting concoction?
Well, I've got an idea.
Holy crap, Mikey has a plan that doesn't involve pizza. So the Turtles make good on their word and they show up at the meeting site. Of course, this was a trap for them with the Shredder, waiting with Foot in hand and Tonka and Razor. Through quick thinking, Leo and Mikey give the mutants a before-fight lunch and everything goes well until... The Turtles eventually get tossed around and end up retreating into the whitest dance club in New York. As they fight the mutants, the Professor gives Donatello the plan that will help speed up the reaction to the anti-mutagen. After administrating the CO2, the Foot and Tatsu decide to join the fight, and they too quickly get dispatched while Tatsu gets a taste of turtle shell. We then jump to a short scene of Kino arguing with Splinter on whether or not he should leave and join the Turtles. Back to the club, the Turtles decide to have a celebration dance-off while listening to the whitest rapper on the planet, Vanilla Ice, and his oh-so-classic ninja rap. The Shredder decides to crash the party, and Kino decides he's going to save the day by kicking the ooze out of his hand. He kidnaps a crowd member, threatening her with mutagen. That's when Mikey decides to pull out the rock and roll.
Hit it, Mikey! Rock and roll! Yeah!
That is one powerful guitar amp! The Turtles go to investigate to make sure that Shredder is actually gone, but after a premature celebration, they find out that Shredder has actually drank the last vial of ooze. He has now become a Super Shredder, played by former wrestling star Kevin Nash. The Shredder eventually goes crazy with wanting to destroy the Turtles and does everything he can to take them down. After the Turtles show that they have survived what seemed to be impossible, Shredder is also still alive.
What? It can't be!
Nobody could have survived that.
No.
I didn't question on how Shredder survived the garbage truck, but now you're telling me that Super Shredder survived an entire dock falling on him? Or not. So once again, we head back to the sewers to a very pissed off Splinter who gets the second joke on the Turtles in the franchise and giving them another funny.
Go, Ninja, go, Ninja, go! I made another funny.
And there you have it. Ninja Turtles 2, Secret of the Ooze. I'm regretting this next movie. Next, I will be reviewing the movie that I personally feel should not be in existence. So join me next time when we go back in time with Ninja Turtles 3. I'm your superhero critic. I stay super if you stay awesome. Hello, I'm your superhero critic. When it comes to the Ninja Turtle franchise, there's one movie that stands out above all the rest. Not because it's better than any of them, but because it sucks so much cock shit that I don't even have words to fucking describe how horrible this movie really is. So, let's let everything out of the bag and join me as we go into Ninja Turtles 3. Unlike the first two movies that start with an overview of New York City, we instead get a sunrise in Japan followed by a bunch of samurais fighting over a scepter. And after a sword stuck in a tree is grabbed, we jump to a subway terminal, then quickly to the Turtles' lair. It then begins the stupidest movie opening ever. Are you fucking serious? Okay, in the first movie, we get epic one-liners that introduce the Turtles. In the second movie, we get an actual fight sequence. And the third movie, we get goddamn dancing to fucking ZZ Top. Will somebody please shut off the fucking music? Thank you, Raph. April joins the Turtles and reveals that she has gone shopping for the guys before going on vacation. When she gets to Splinter's gift, she reveals an old and dusty scepter. After blowing on it, we are faded into the past, as the samurais from the opening are shown riding in and we meet one of the main villains of the movie, the daimyo, Lord Norinaga. We are shown that one of the samurais is in fact Norinaga's son, Kenshin, who has allied himself with the resistance and has disgraced his family. We then meet the second villain of the movie, Walker, who wants to trade with Norinaga for guns. Okay, so you're telling me that A, you did not have enough money to create an actual Ninja Turtles villain, so instead we get a guy on a horse and a Japanese lord. B, we have no turtle villain in the movie. No Rat King, no Krang, no Leatherhead. Really? And C, you even pass up the opportunity to put in one of the actual samurai characters in the movie, Usagi Yojimbo. You really? You couldn't make a rabbit puppet? Fuck you, movie. Just fuck you with a ladle up your piss hole. After the argument with his father, Kenshin storms off and finds the scepter in the past. And after reading the inscription, the scepters are activated and the time-traveling switch is made. As the Turtles sit around and figure out what happened to April, Michelangelo comes to a startling conclusion.
Through time. Hold on, dudes. If April's back in feudal Japan, does that mean we, have to ride that scepter back through time to get her?
No shit, Mikey. Nah, the movie's just gonna end with you leaving April in another time zone. Back in the past, April gets accused of being a witch.
The daimyo and his court believe that you're a witch who has somehow managed to spirit away his son. Is this true?
Donnie unfortunately figures out that there's a drawback to the power of the scepter.
That switch will only work under one condition. You know what that is? Tuesdays? Groundhog's Day?
Christmas?
It will only work if the magic travelers each have the same weight.
Damn, that was my next guess. Alright, Casey Jones is back. Let's see if he'll crack some skulls in this movie.
When do we get together and bust some skulls?
Whoa, hold it there, Casey. You're not gonna do any head breaking this time. Sorry, guy.
Yeah. What was that? You want to run that by me again? How come? 'Cause we need somebody to stay here with Splinter in case the Time Bandit here decides to flip out.
Yeah.
If it ain't too much of an inconvenience.
Seriously? You bring Casey Jones back for the third movie just to have him watch Splinter? This movie pisses me off so much, I just want to punch a wall! In the past, April is thrown inside of a dungeon cage. She then meets the ancestors of Casey and Splinter. In the present, the turtles activate the scepter, but when they get to the past, they realize the scepter is not in the palace, but is instead in the middle of a battle. During the mayhem, Mikey ends up getting separated from the group and then gets knocked out and abducted by the woman known as Mitsu. After the battle, the daimyo's men go back to the palace. He then finds out that his guards, who have been switched with the turtles, as well as the scepter, are both missing, and forces Walker to help his men find the guards. The turtles come to the dungeon that April's being kept at and make the rescue. Only problem is that they once again have to jump through sewers.
Oh no, not another sewer!
I'll be back.
The turtles come to a lake to clean up and relax, and April makes some minor adjustments to her outfit.
Wow, a legorama. Yeah, I'll say.
Hey, I'm allowed. I'm on vacation.
Right. Oh. Absolutely. Shwing.
Thanks for stealing a Wayne's World joke. It really lasts long because the turtles get ambushed by the resistance. During the fight, we get corny joke after corny joke. Raph saves April's life from Mitsu, and Mitsu makes the startling discovery she is not fighting what she thought she was.
They are just like the other ones.
Mitsu, you can't be racist like that. Mitsu takes the turtles to her village so they can meet up with Mikey, only to find that her village is under attack by Walker. After finally getting free during the scuffle, Mikey comes face to face with Walker, and is almost killed, but with a little help from his brothers, he runs Walker off. After the fight, one of the houses has been set on fire. Mitsu's younger brother, Yoshi, is trapped inside of it. Mikey sets his hero mode into overdrive as he charges in after him. Even though Yoshi's life was saved, he's unconscious and not breathing, so through a little CPR, Leonardo saves his life. Okay, so the next 20 minutes of this movie, literally nothing happens. It is a waste of 20 minutes and is literally filled with nothing. So, I'm going to help you pass on this 20 minutes by telling you everything that happens within the next 20 minutes in this movie. Walker demands gold because he's now dealing with demons instead of men. The turtles argue over how they're going to get a new scepter. Raph gives anger control lessons to Yoshi. Casey teaches the Japanese men what hockey is. Raph breaks the new scepter on accident. Turns out that Yoshi had the original scepter the entire time. Casey's ancestor kidnaps Mitsu, and the turtles rescue her from the dungeon. So the turtles have infiltrated the daimyo's place. The revolution has officially started. Leo goes head to head with the daimyo himself, and the battle ends with a brand new haircut for the daimyo and a bell imprisoning the daimyo. Huh? Walker shows up with his army of men with guns, and Leo tricks him into shooting him instead of getting his men to do it.
This could hurt. Boy, do I love being a turtle.
Oh, yes, that's very clever. Oh, yes, very clever.
Walker makes a run for it, and after the turtles run after him, he tosses the scepter in the air with Mikey catching it, and it's Casey's ancestor that kills Walker with a flaming fireball. Did Walker seriously just implode on himself? Like, seriously, they couldn't find a better effect? Let's look at that again. Yep, I was right. He implodes on himself. Good job, Turtles 3. Good job. It's now time to get back to the present, but Raph and Mike want to stay in the past because they finally feel accepted somewhere. But after being convinced by Mitsu, April, and the rest that it'd be selfish for them to not bring Kenshin and the others back, they decide to go anyway. So the scepter's activated again, and all is good and dandy except for the fact that Mikey does not grab a hold of April in time.
Guys, we made it back to the den.
There's one thing that really confuses me. They say that these... Okay, can someone help me out here? They say the scepter works through equal mass displacement. So can someone explain how 3 turtles and April in the past equals the 5 Japanese guys? Shouldn't the scepter not work unless Mikey is in it or some other person within the 5? Logic sense makes none. Thankfully, the movie finally ends with the 5th Japanese guy getting chased up a ladder. The switch happens, Mikey comes back, and then the movie then fails at attempting to repeat Splinter's corny joke endings.
Yo, dude! Just like Elvis in blue.
So there you have it. Ninja Turtles 3. The worst of all Ninja Turtles movies. And it took 15 years for us to dig ourselves out of that hole that Ninja Turtles 3 put us into within this franchise, movie-wise. And we don't even get live action. We get CGI. So, join me while we go into this movie. I'm your superhero critic. I stay super, so you stay awesome. Hello, I'm your superhero critic. I stay super as long as you stay awesome. After the debacle that was Ninja Turtles 3, the Turtles franchise on the big screen completely died. It took 15 years for us to get another Ninja Turtles movie. We did not get a live action reboot, but instead we got a CGI movie. This is TMNT.
4 turtles. 4 brothers. Genetically reborn in the sewers of New York. Named after the great Renaissance masters. And trained as ninjas.
The narration continues with telling us the main backstory for the movie, which is simple. A warlord gets greedy and decides to sacrifice his friends for immortality, only to release 13 monsters on the planet, as well as live thousands of years alone. The movie then jumps to the present where in Central America, a douchebag hunter and his co-poachers are attacked by Leo, and the villagers' property is then given back to them. April, who now owns an artifact finding company, meets up with Leonardo and tells him and the audience that the other turtles have fallen apart since Leo left for training. Donnie has become an IT helpline spokesperson, Mikey has become a novelty party worker, and Raphael has decided to take it upon himself to become a vigilante superhero named the Night Watcher. So let me get this straight. We have one turtle pretending to be a computer tech person. We have one turtle that's turned vigilante, and Mikey has turned into a party clown. Turtles, you have hit an all-time low. April then tries to convince Leo to come back to America.
Your brothers need you, Leo. They're lost without you.
Leonardo could teach Batman a few things about disappearing.
Get out. Well, I know that
Back in the sewers, the other three turtles argue over the team splitting up. Splinter eventually joins the conversation and reminds Donnie he needs to be the backbone of the family and not to give up hope. Okay, I have no personal problems with the way they redesign Splinter. However, there's only one thing I have to say about it. We jump over to April and Casey, who are shipping one of the stone statues to a collector named Max, who seems to have an obsession over these statues. As April and Casey leave, the Foot Clan make a deal with Max to deal with a group of friends coming to town.
Possible to miss.
That gargoyle smile is freaking creepy. After stopping a thief, Raph has the Night Watcher, ends up having an argument with Casey, who reveals he knew the Night Watcher was Raph the entire time. The two then have a heart-to-heart about growing up and forgiving Leo.
The criminal element of this city may be guilty of a lot of things, but being quitters ain't one of them. You know, I don't even care about Leo anymore. I hope he never comes back.
Come on, aren't you being a little hard on the guy?
I don't know, it's possible.
Back to Max as we see him set up the ritual needed to awaken the Stone's generals, as it reveals that he is the warlord.
Dear sister, the stars of Keegan align. All ye generals wake from your stone slumber.
Leonardo returns to the sewers and Splinter assures him he has succeeded in his training. The turtles are formed once again and Leo automatically forces them to do some nighttime training that quickly gets interrupted when a disruption occurs that happens to be the first monster fighting the Foot. I've come up with a name for the first monster. I shall call him Fuzzy Wuzzy. The fight doesn't last long as the Foot makes a quick getaway, but the turtles then try to hold their own, and eventually the fight leads down to the bottom of the construction site.
This is why we need jetpacks. Okay, any more bright ideas? How about this?
After the generals take down the monster, the turtles retreat back to the sewers. The Foot then argue with Max, demanding why they were never told they were dealing with monsters. Max then tells them that there is 12 more around the city and he wants them to catch them. Back in the sewers, we get another one of Splinter's many responsibility speeches. You know, you'd think after the many years of Splinter telling them to be more responsible, the turtles would be more responsible. We then get a montage of the Foot taking down most of the monsters. After the montage, Casey ditches April to talk to Raph on the roof. A bat monster flies overhead and the two of them chase it down only to watch it get attacked and captured by the Foot and the generals. Casey drops a rock on the car below, blowing their cover, so as the two try to run away, Raph gets hit with a tranquilizer dart and a blade disc gets lodged in his shell. Maybe Raph would stop getting injured if he would learn to work as a team. April and Casey call the other turtles to her house, and after Donnie's examination of the blade, we get another narration from April that reveals the same story we got at the beginning narration. After the narration, Raphael once again decides to leave the team and do his own thing. And what movie would not be complete without an act of betrayal? Since the lead general knows what Max plans on doing, he orders the other generals to not capture the last remaining monster. We then go to a diner where the main cook finds the next monster. That is the cutest little monster I have ever seen. What happens next is one of the funniest fight scenes in the movie. It includes a refrigerator being hit, drowning attempts, and Raph trying to hit the monster with pans. As Raph leaves the diner, Leo starts a citywide chase as the two take to the roofs. Leo, not knowing the Night Watcher is Raph, they begin one of the best scenes of the movie, and the fight lasts a good while until... The brothers then bicker back and forth like the two always do. They then begin to continue fighting each other. Raph's size end up breaking Leo's swords, and the battle gets too intense for the younger turtle as he runs from the battle. As Raph runs away, Leo gets jumped by the generals. After talking to Splinter, Raph decides to take charge and lays out the plan for the group.
I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna rescue our brother, and then we're gonna save New York City.
We then go outside where the Turtles are defeating the Foot Clan super easily with the aid of Splinter, Casey, and April. You know, I'm actually glad they took April from being the damsel in distress to actually doing something to help the Turtles instead of bitching about not being able to be saved or something like that. After finally getting in through the doors, the Turtles quickly find the container holding Leo and set him free. They then learn that Max's plan was to sacrifice himself and his immortality to destroy the monsters, as well as the Stone Generals themselves.
O'Neill, penance. I must return all 13 beasts, or our curse will continue. And that is a torment I can no longer bear.
So, what a surprise! This movie actually gets the bad guy is actually a good guy cliche. So, with their allegiance to Max and not the generals, the Foot honor their code of honor by leaving with April and Casey to track down the final monster. It is now Turtles versus Generals, as the climax of the movie hits with the big final battle. The fight is thought to be over when all the Turtles hit the four Generals into the pulsing vortex, and in an anticlimactic ending, April and Casey lure the final monster into the vortex. Curse. The movie then finally wraps things up by the Foot stating that their past will come back to haunt them, promoting a sequel that we never even got, and Max gets his immortality back and disintegrates into thin air. We then end the movie with another narration from Raph.
We live together, we train together, we fight together, we stand for good together. We are ninjas. We strike hard, defend, protect, and fade into the night. And there ain't no bad guy or monster gonna ever change that. That's what's important. And that's why we'll always be brothers.
Oh, I love being a turtle.
While this movie did resurrect the Turtles franchise for a little bit longer, it didn't resurrect it enough to get a sequel. So, with that being said, with the new Michael Bay movie coming out, I'm not holding my breath on whether or not the franchise will be resurrected again. It is Michael Bay, and he likes to destroy a lot of franchises. I'm your superhero critic. I stay super as long as you stay awesome. I am not looking forward to Michael Bay's 2014 Ninja Turtles movie. Thank you for staying with me throughout this entire month of Ninja Turtles nostalgia. Hello, I'm your superhero critic. When it comes to an R-rated comic going into the big screen, there's a certain flair we like to look for. Whether it be violence, nudity, sex, or anything that's actually within the comics. But most of the time, we end up not getting that sense of everything that we enjoy in said comic. And nothing is proved any wiser than that of Spawn. So we start the movie the way we start most superhero movies, with over-voiced narration.
The battle be Armageddon to begin. All the Dark Lord needs now is a great soldier.
We then follow a man in a ski mask into an airport terminal. He quickly dispatches the workers and sets up a rocket launcher and blows up an airplane to Kingdom Come. He then removes his mask to reveal the main character of the movie, Al Simmons. We quickly jump into more narration. The opening credits then start with a shitload of fire after fire, flame after flame, and all this other fire-related crap that I personally don't think we needed so much fire just within the opening credits. I mean, for God's sakes, even the typefaces are fire-related.
Nothing is wrong with fire.
And you are?
I am Reaper Rob, and you are doing a demonic-related superhero movie and didn't expect me to show up.
Okay, what's with the face paint?
The less you know, the better, so just get on with your review already.
We then jump to the villain of the movie, Jason Wynn, sitting in the dark with the second villain of the movie, Clown. The Clown is demanding that Wynn puts Al on another secret mission because they need him for a specific reason.
Why ask why? When how is so much more fun.
I can already tell I'm gonna like this guy. He gets straight to the point.
You have mental problems, don't you?
Al is picked up by his best friend Terry, and then he bitches Al out for killing bystanders as well as the intended target. I don't know what this dude's problem is. I have no problem killing innocent bystanders.
Dude, what the fuck?
Don't question my logic. Well, I didn't know we were watching the Green Lantern.
Al storms into Jason's office and demands to know why bystanders were at the airport. Jason gives the cliche answer of, oh well, no big deal, and then gives Al an ultimatum. If he goes on one last assignment, he could leave Wynn's employment. Al then makes way into the warehouse he's sent to and starts killing guards.
Finish him!
And looky here, once again a superhero gets betrayed by the villain of the movie. In this case, Al is covered in a clearly flammable liquid and set ablaze. The movie then jumps to a church where it zooms in on the burned man. Clown is making jokes atop the roof and then disappears. Al then meets a bunch of bums and the old man from before. The music of the movie slowly starts to increase the volume.
Is that Marilyn Manson?
You got a problem with that?
No, I don't. I actually listen to Marilyn Manson.
Good!
Al continues to stumble around the alleyway as he heads away from it. The old man warns him that his life is not the same as it was before, and that he should stay in the alley. Al ignores him and tells him he has his own plans and place to live.
Al visits his home only to see it's not as it once was. Wanda has moved on and is now married to Terry. His daughter then sees him hiding in the bushes.
Oh, look at her. Can I keep her?
Pedal alert! Pedal alert! Pedal alert!
What the hell is that?
This? Oh, that's just my pedal alert.
Get these goddamn words away from me!
You have mental issues, don't you?
We do not have mental issues!
Anyway, Clown takes Spawn back to the alleyway, and after a long, disgusting, and annoyingly crappy joke-filled torment, Clown eventually takes Al on a little flashback adventure where it shows him making a deal with Malbolgia.
What is your answer? Yes! Yes, I will lead your army!
Clown then takes Spawn to a cemetery and he finally realizes the truth that he is in fact dead.
So even after all the facts were laid right in front of him, Spawn still didn't believe that he was dead.
Some people are just stupid like that.
Spawn then goes through a transformation that covers up his burnt face.
Back in the alleyway, the old man once again tries to convince Spawn that he is on the wrong team and should be fighting for heaven.
We then go to Wynn, who is discussing his big plan with his henchwench, which is to release a virus that only he has the antidote to upon the entire planet. He then does what every movie needs and blackmails Terry into doing what he tells him to by threatening Wanda's life.
We then jump to a dinner party that Spawn decides to crash.
I really hope he's gonna pay for all that glass he just broke. What? What'd I say? Spawn ends up coming face to face with Wynn, letting him know that he still exists. And the unlucky henchwench meets her timely demise.
You don't.
And here we have Spawn trying to rip off Marvel Heroes' shtick by climbing the walls to make his getaway before we can get the iconic Spawn pose.
After Spawn leaves, Clown and Wynn come up with an insurance policy that makes it so that the virus bomb will go off if Wynn ever dies.
Wait, so you're telling me if Wynn dies, so does the entire planet?
Worst
insurance
policy
ever. Spawn then goes to the local school where his daughter goes and he has a conversation with her. The scene then leads to Clown hiding in the bleachers wearing a cheerleader's outfit.
That is the most disturbing thing I have ever seen.
That looks like Rosie O'Donnell and Jabba the Hutt both had a kid. That's one ugly motherfucker.
Yeah. Back in the alleyway, Spawn saves the homeless kid Zach from his abusive father for not wanting to eat rotten food.
That reminds me of what I did to my dad.
And that would be...
decapitation!
Remind me not to invite you to any of my parties.
Wynn's surgery is then proven to be a success as Clown decides to watch everything on TV while dipping worms in mayonnaise. We then jump back to the alleyway where Clown is now demanding Spawn work for the devil and kill Wynn. Spawn says on his own terms and Clown tries to kill Zack and Spawn's dog. When Spawn retaliates, Clown shows his true form.
After a lot of wasted bullets and church destroying, the Violator knocks Spawn into a way too spiked fence. Y'all couldn't be any more obvious about the Spawn is a savior like Jesus symbolism, could ya?
Don't mention him around me!
Okay.
Spawn is then given two choices by Cagliostro. He can either forget everything and move on or pursue Clown. Spawn chooses to go after Clown. Cagliostro then tells him his guns will not work against Clown, and we get to the movie's short training montage of Spawn learning how to control his suit.
After committing GTA, Spawn starts a car chase down a clearly abandoned highway with Clown driving a truck.
I prefer blood and guts in the morning.
I swear to God, you are so fucking mental.
The car chase then ends with a massive explosion as Spawn wraps the bike in his cape.
Guys don't look at explosions.
Then jump to Terry, who has figured out Wynn's plan, and Wynn quickly breaks in and puts him and Wanda at gunpoint. Clown joins the fray and they quickly disperse when Spawn shows up.
Spawn walks into Wanda tied into an altar like a chair. Wynn wastes no time in killing Wanda. Spawn, pissed off, goes to kill Wynn only to learn,
If my heart stops, then the virus is released, and everybody in the world dies.
Spawn chooses to take the device out of Wynn and destroy it instead. Clown then reveals that he was pretending to be Wanda and is bitching and whining that the apocalypse will not happen. So he decides to drag Spawn and the old man down to hell.
In My Home Sweet Home, Spawn saves Cagliostro's life and it looks like he finally got rid of the Violator. The devil is now pissed at Spawn, saying he will kill him if he doesn't work for him. That quickly doesn't go the devil's way.
Spawn gets back to Earth, and while the hero catches his breath, he tells the old man that Terry and Wanda belong with each other, and now that he is demonic, it all seems over until... I swear, this fucking villain is harder to kill than goddamn cockroach on steroids.
While the Violator has a hold of Spawn, Spawn uses his suit to gash holes into his body.
Violator finally dies in a puddle of...
Terry then decides to tell the world what is really going on with Wynn, and the movie ends with more narrative.
The choice has been made. For now.
So, now that the movie's over, will you leave me alone?
I will forever haunt your dream.
Okay, anyway, there you have it. That was Spawn. I personally think it could have been better if it was actually rated R, but hey, what the hell, I'm just a critic. I don't make the movies. Still think it would be better if it was rated R. I don't know, just throw in a little bit of booby, throw in a lot more killing. I don't know, it's just me. But anyway, I'm your superhero critic. And I'm gonna see if I can get this guy some counseling. Hello, I'm your superhero critic. You know, when it comes to comic books, there's one thing I've learned. It's never make a deal with the devil. So that brings me to this week's review, Ghost Rider. Like usual, this superhero movie also starts with narration.
Story goes that every generation has one. Some damn soul cursed.
Why does every single superhero movie have to start with goddamn narration? I mean, come on, can't we just watch them do the shit instead of having to be told what already happened? I mean, come on.
Why do people watch movies that other people make fun of that suck?
Good point. Either way, that had nothing to do with my question. But you're more than likely here because this movie deals with demons and the devil, correct?
No shit. After the credits, the movie then goes into the circus where our hero Johnny Blaze is practicing his motorcycle stunts. He quickly gets a father-son talk for trying to impress his girlfriend Roxy. The couple then meet at a tree and Roxy tells Johnny that her parents don't approve of their relationship and they make plans to elope the next day.
Johnny finds his father asleep in his chair, finding a hospital letter stating his father's cancer is getting worse. The movie then jumps to Johnny working on his bike. The devil meets up with him.
Johnny. That is the cartooniest devil I've ever seen.
The fucking devil for Fantasia looks better than that.
Anyway, the devil, or Mephisto as he is called in this comic, gives Johnny a deal. If he rides for him, he'll save his father from cancer. Of course, his price is his soul and he has to sign in blood.
Oh, that'll do just fine.
Of course, since we are dealing with the devil, Johnny is double-crossed as his father dies in a cycling accident after getting healthy the next day. Johnny then tries to run away from everything, but of course you can't run from the devil.
The devil then tells him he will come to get him whenever the devil feels he needs to and that he might as well give up having a life. We then get to a sappy love goodbye scene between Roxy and Johnny.
So this dude doesn't even tell his girl what mistake he made? You're a fucking prick, you know that, dude?
On the way to his next jump, Blaze and his best friend Mac argue over the fact Blaze is consistently trying to make his own life with more ridiculous jump after ridiculous jump.
Scoot over, ladies. What's the ante?
5-part draw.
Maybe it's something else.
We then go to a desert and the main villain of the movie, Blackheart, makes his debut. Okay, I'm sorry, but I gotta stop the movie there. That is not Blackheart. He does not look demonic enough to be Blackheart. This is Blackheart. That's nothing but a My Chemical Romance reject with a very bad case of personal hygiene. But superhero critic, you gotta do this to make it more realistic. No. You got to make it look somewhat like it actually does in the fucking comics.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. But because I don't believe he looks like the original Blackheart enough, for the rest of the movie, whenever we refer to Blackheart, he will be referred to as Emo Boy. So my little rant on Emo Boy aside, Mac once again decides to try to convince Blaze not to make the jump. We then find out that the jump is scheduled to be on his father's death anniversary. Nothing important really happens other than Blaze asking Mac whether or not he believes in second chances. Mac believes he blames himself for his father's death.
Blackheart?
Emo Boy?
Okay. Emo Boy decides to go to a biker bar, killing the bouncer and freezing everybody in the building. We then meet his three henchmen, Gressel with the power over earth, Wallow with the power over water, and Abigor with the power over air. He quickly tells the three of his plan to find the contract and world domination.
We then go to Blaze's next jump, where Blaze runs into Roxanne and has one of the most awkward interviews on the planet.
The fuck kind of interview was that?
The kind you get with Nicolas Cage?
True, he does mumble a lot. For the jump, Johnny decides to replace the cars with helicopters and just decides to go for it.
Johnny then goes into creepy stalker mode as he tries to get her to pull over as he drives beside Roxy in a crappy green screen driving. Johnny then chooses to skip using words and goes straight for a kiss and gets the date he asks for.
A quick meeting with Mephisto and Emo Boy shows us that the devil has no more power over his son. We then jump to Roxy, who's waiting on Blaze, who instead of actually meeting up with her, stares at himself in the mirror and his hand begins to smoke. He then goes to the alleyway where he once again meets the devil. He is now cashing his contract to make Blaze go after Emo Boy.
Hey, who's gonna pay for all that property damage?
I'm out.
Emo Boy learns that the cemetery the contract was at is no longer a cemetery, and after he kills the groundskeeper, Blaze finally becomes the writer.
Why is he laughing so much?
I have no idea. Maybe we missed a joke?
The first showdown between the writer and Emo Boy starts. First, he's thrown back into some chains that the writer ends up wrapping around him. He's then hit by a truck.
That's gotta hurt.
The writer survives, of course, only to attack Gristle with the chain.
When a problem comes along, you must rip it before the cream sets out too long. You must rip it.
That man has officially been stoned.
Just play the fucking movie.
Joke ruiner.
The writer decides to modify his bike before saving a fat chick from being mugged using his penance stare.
After waking up in a cemetery, Johnny meets the caretaker who clearly knows who and what Johnny is. While he patches Johnny up, he explains how the writer's powers work, and the history of the writers.
A stranger came along making promises.
Johnny goes to the police scene of his wreckage from the night before to try to speak to Roxy about why he never showed up. She basically disses him by calling him worthless. He goes back to his place and after doing more research starts to practice controlling the fire within.
It is not possible to generate fire just by staring at your head.
You're just mad you can't do it.
Shut up, neither can you.
Or can I? The fuck is that?
Roxy then comes over to apologize.
Why is this bitch apologizing? He's the one that stood your ass up. What the fuck is this? And now they're fucking kissing?
You almost kill yourself on the highway so you can ask me out and then you don't show.
He does. Blaze finally tells Roxy the truth, which of course she doesn't believe, and she leaves him once again. As she does, the police show up at Blaze's house and arrest him.
After a lot of questioning that leads to nothing, Blaze is thrown into a cell surrounded by thugs and inmates that makes the writer come out once again.
The movie then starts a citywide chase after the writer that eventually leads him being attacked by Abigor. The writer then evades the police atop of a skyscraper until the helicopters get involved.
Get over here!
You're pissing me off.
Okay, I'm gonna go piss myself now.
Abigor reappears and is quickly evaporated into nothingness.
We then get one of the best scenes in the entire movie, the writer driving down the side of a skyscraper.
With the cops in awestruck wonderment, the writer makes his way to try to speak to Roxy but end up shooting at him instead.
Why would the cops fire their guns when Roxy clearly walked in the middle of the fray?
They don't care, they're fucking cops!
Johnny goes back to the caretaker and he learns more backstory on the original writer, only to come to the realization that Emo Boy will try to go after Roxy, which of course he does after killing Mac. The two come face to face once again with the writer getting his ass kicked and told to get the contract from the caretaker.
After going back to the caretaker to get the contract, Johnny quickly finds out that he was Carter Slade the entire time and he is set to go on one final ride.
Are you serious? He has one transformation left and he uses it to go riding with Johnny? Are you kidding me? He could have used it to actually help him in the final battle against Emo Boy.
Budget cost?
I really hate you.
Johnny comes to the misty swamp and is attacked by Wallow. The fight doesn't last long as he quickly kills him with the penance stare.
Johnny and Emo Boy come face to face, and the final fight begins as the sun comes up. Emo Boy activates the contract spell, and Emo Boy is filled with souls and dons himself a new name.
My name is Legion.
Johnny quickly lures Legion into the darkness where he takes an empty shotgun and blows him to Kingdom Come.
That is the stupidest fucking thing you could do. You know the writer has the ability to peer into souls, yet you fill yourself with a shitload of them?
What do you expect? You get a crappy emo villain, you get a crappy emo ending.
The devil appears and offers Johnny to end the current contract, but Johnny has his own plans.
You can't live in fear.
The movie finally ends with Roxy and Johnny making amends, and we end with even more narration.
How legends are born.
Oh, since we've already done Ghost Rider, we already done Spawn, are you gonna leave me alone yet?
There's always Hellboy. There's Blade.
Is Blade even demonic?
Well, there's always Ghost Rider 2.
No. Fuck you. We'll do Blade. I'm your superhero critic. I stay super if you stay. Hello, I'm your superhero critic. When it comes to special effects and a superhero movie, a lot of movies tend to go overboard. Now, the specific movie I'm speaking of, when it comes to their special effects, they are extremely special. And the only reason I am doing this movie is because it was requested.
And the only reason I'm here is because you're forcing me to be. This is a superhero-related movie, not a demonic one.
If I'm going down, you're going down.
Fine, but you owe me one. I'm Reaper Rob, he's a superhero critic, and this is Green Lantern. Kill me now.
Hey, no surprises here, but the movie starts with a narration on events that have already happened.
Guardians of the universe built a world from where they could watch over all of existence. The planet Oa. They divided the universe into 3,600 sectors. A ring powered by the energy of will was sent to every sector to select a recruit. In order to be chosen by the ring, it was said one must be without fear. Together, these 3,600 recruits formed the intergalactic peacekeepers known as the Green Lantern Corps.
And I'm already bored.
Me too, Rob. Me too.
With even more narration, we learn that the movie's main villain, Parallax, has been set free due to some random aliens showing their fear.
6 months later, the Green Lantern, whose name is Abin Sur, who, by the way, looks like a giant penis, has a meeting with Sinestro that is quickly interrupted by attacking aliens, and Ab then heads to Earth.
We then jump straight to Earth where our hero Hal Jordan is sleazing it up with some chick. We learn that our hero is late for work, piloting and testing a new plane design, which we see him testing with his co-workers. Eventually he gets cocky and tries to do maneuvers that shouldn't be done at all, while we consistently get bombarded by flashbacks after flashback of his father dying in a plane explosion. Why does it seem most superheroes have to lose their parents way before or way after they get their powers? Does that usually make any sense?
Maybe it comes with the territory of being a hero. You don the mask, you become an orphan. After being yelled at by his boss and fired, he gets into a fight with the movie's love interest, Carol, about being irresponsible.
A quick glance at Abin Sur, we see the lantern ring depart from him and find the next chosen one.
Next we go to Hal's nephew's house. Why? To give his nephew his birthday gift. For almost an entire 5 minutes, we get more talking about being responsible and being less fearful.
Can we just get to something interesting already?
Get up!
was interesting.
Hal runs to the aid of Ab and Sur when he sees the crashed ship, but Sur gives him the ring and lantern right before he passes. Hal then calls his token random friend to pick him up wherever the ring had teleported him to.
I'm sorry, but that friend is way too accepting of what's going on. If I was him, I would be questioning why the fuck there's a goddamn alien.
Sinestro argues with the Guardians about Ab and Sur's death and who and what Parallax really was. The Guardians turn him down when he asks to take on the enemy himself.
Now we meet Dr. Hector Hammond, the secondary villain of the movie who was chosen by his father to do the autopsy on Ab and Sur. While he does that, Hal activates the lantern.
Oh yeah, we get to another argument of Carol and Hal bitching at each other about responsibilities.
And I'm bored again.
You and me both.
After a long, boring conversation, Hal leaves the bar and gets jumped by ex-coworkers. They get the upper hand until Hal puts the ring on.
Hey! My face is just getting warmed up.
Falcon Punch!
The ring then teleports Hal to the Lantern Corps and he awakens in a fully CGI'd shitty costume.
Okay, I understand CGIing the environments, the planets, Parallax, all the powers, but why did they have to CGI the costume? Like, seriously, they couldn't take the money and put it towards a fucking costume?
Maybe they didn't have the fucking budget.
Don't give me that bullshit. They could have taken the money that they used to CGI the costume and made a fucking costume. Hal then meets the alien Tomar Ray, who informs us that Hal is the first ever Green Lantern, and he then gives him a tour of the corpse, only to lead him into a giant Green Lantern gathering, and the movie's plot is then once again told to us by Sinestro.
I've called you here to this unprecedented gathering because we face an unprecedented danger. Our 4 Lantern brothers were killed by an enemy called Parallax. An enemy we don't yet fully understand. We do know it's powerful enough to destroy entire civilizations. Powerful enough to defeat even Ab and Sur, our finest warrior, whose light can never be replaced.
We then get to the movie's training montage when Hal meets the alien Kilowog. Kilowog tries to teach Hal that the power of will can overpower anything.
Your constructs are only gonna be as strong as your will, and your will is pathetic. I'm gonna work you, and I'm gonna hit you until your will is strong enough to be worthy.
Sinestro interrupts the training session because he feels that Hal should not have been Sur's replacement to begin with. He wants to see what Hal has for himself, and during this meeting, Sinestro taunts Hal with the fact that he still has fear in his mind, and that he could not have made it as a lantern. Hal gets pissed off and storms off back to Earth, giving up being a lantern.
Back to Hector, whose telekinetic powers have been manifesting, and like any new coming villain, he takes out his anger on an asshole student.
That looks fun as hell.
Only you would think of something like that is fun.
And your point is?
No point, just stating the fact that you're weird.
And you dress up like a superhero and you have the nerve to call me weird?
Good point. Sinestro goes to the Guardians, and after he learns this backstory of Parallax, he suggests forging a ring of yellow energy to fight fear with fear.
Back to Earth, we see a party being held by Senator Hammond, and after a lot of personal insults, Hector tries to kill his father, only for Hal to make his superhero debut to public, saving Hammond's life using a goddamn manifested energy Hot Wheels track.
Really? A Hot Wheels track? You couldn't think of anything else to do. You have this power to manifest anything your will commands, and you choose a fucking Hot Wheels track.
Don't fuck with the Hot Wheels.
Regardless of whether or not they're awesome, it could have been something so much better.
And here we have Hector flipping out because he can't have Carol and couldn't kill his dad. Oh, And he also now looks like the Elephant Man.
Hal's friend comes over, and after Hal confides in him that he's a lantern, he shows off his shitty CGI suit.
Don't they always get the girl?
No. Batman
does, Superman does, Spider-Man does.
No. Batman has a different girl every movie, Superman only has Lois, and Spider-Man bounces between Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy and treats both of them like shit. So no.
Hal then goes to speak to Carol, who quickly figures out that it's Hal under the CGI.
Hal?
Finally, a female character in a superhero movie who knows the superhero is who they are.
Yeah, and a domino mask isn't as good as a pair of glasses or a deep voice.
We then get yet another conversation argument of Carol telling Hal to stop giving up on everything.
You'd think after so many people tell him to stop being fearful and to stop giving up, he'd learn to stop being fearful and giving up.
Clearly not.
Hector makes it back to his dad's shop only to be betrayed and forced into doing tests who clearly doesn't want to do so. In retaliation, he does what he can and kills all scientists and security guards. And he almost kills his father until Hal bursts through.
The fight between Hal and Hector is pretty shitty in my opinion. It's not that exciting at all, and it all happens in less than 3 minutes, right before Hal is thrown into a pillar.
Hector then decides to play counselor as he probes Hal's mind. Hal retaliates by placing the ring on Hector to give him a direct link and a threat from Parallax.
You are the ring of the lantern that imprisoned me. You will suffer the same fate. Once I have devoured your world, I will have all the strength I need to defeat the core and destroy the Guardians.
And what a fucking surprise! Yet another speech from Carol about not giving up. Seriously, you would think Hal has gotten it by now.
The Guardians have forged the Yellow Ring, and Sinestro tries convincing them to let him use the ring to take down Parallax via fear versus fear, but Hal steps in and demands he be the one to take Parallax down using hope instead of fear, even though all he really does is repeat the same fucking things Carol and everyone else has been saying the whole goddamn movie.
Hal tricks Hector into wearing the ring, and we get the weirdest orgasm sound.
No surprise here, but Hal lies to Hector that the ring has to choose you. Parallax then shows up and devours Hector.
The battle is then taken into the streets with Hal getting his ass thrown around the entire city, and he eventually says the famous lantern motto.
And when you're gone, I'll destroy everything you ever loved.
No evil shall escape my sight.
Your family, your home, your planet will be no more.
Not those who worship evil's might.
The entire human race will be wiped out because you, Hal Jordan, were afraid.
Beware my power. Green Lantern's light!
The fight is then taken into space where in an anticlimactic ending, Hal punches Parallax into the sun.
Falcon Punch! The end of the movie is kind of simple. First, we get Hal getting congratulated by the rest of the Lantern Corps for doing his job. We then get a crappy lovey-dovey scene with Carol as Hal flies away to start a hero career, and then we get a closing narration before the credits roll.
Of all the lanterns who have ever worn the ring, there was one whose light shined brightest. At first, his humanity was thought to be a weakness, and yet it proved to be his greatest strength.
And there you have it, one of the worst superhero movies on the planet. And on Ryan Reynolds' behalf, I'm kind of glad they did not write a sequel movie. And I personally think they should do a reboot. Because with Ryan Reynolds, you can only work with what you got.
Yeah, like me and this shitty script.
Fuck you, you Joker dick writing asshole.
You pathetic excuse of a Zorro's whore.
I'm the Superhero Critic, he's Reaper Rob, and we'll stay super as long as you stay awesome. Hello, I'm your Superhero Critic. I'm here with Reaper Rob once again. When it comes to superhero movies, we rarely get something that's pure gold until the sequels come out. But then again, most sequels suck. But this specific movie, nobody can disagree. That sentence made no sense. Anyway, most people cannot disagree that there's anything wrong with this movie.
And we're together once again to review a movie that's actually worth watching in the superhero universe.
So sit back, relax, and enjoy our review of the Daywalker himself,
motherfucking Blade.
We start the movie in 1967 as a pregnant woman is giving birth in a hospital. We clearly see that she has been bitten in the neck, more than likely by a vampire. Well, it looks like she's nothing but a Bloody Mary.
A horrible beginning joke, dude. I know.
Jumping to the present, we meet an idiot human who gets dragged by a female vampire to a disco club, and the movie then presents us with a little bit of rave music.
The throwaway human's confusion gets even more confused when blood begins to spew out onto the dance floor. The vampires decide they will indulge in some dinner until... boom!
Headshot.
The action slows down a little bit as the main henchman of the movie's villain, Frost, Quinn, and his group of throwaway vamps come into the club. The fight continues as Blade wastes vampire after vampire, and after pinning Quinn to a wall, Blade wants information out of him, which he does not give, so in return, Blade set him on fire.
I love fire.
You need help.
For the last goddamn time, we do not need help.
Ow!
We jump to the hospital where the coroners go over why Quinn died, their own personal problems, and it doesn't take long before Quinn wakes up and starts going crazy after biting the male, throw away the coroner, and Blade saves the female interest of the movie, Karen. But only after she has been bitten, the cops then decide to start shooting at Blade.
Are they shooting at Blade while he's holding a civilian?
Yes. Yes, they are. After the cops zero in on Blade, he takes Karen into a closed room and quickly tosses her out of the window. I believe I can fly.
After escaping the police, Blade takes Karen to his hideout, and we meet his sidekick Whistler, who tells Blade he should have killed Karen. Instead, he injects her with this serum. Blade also informs Whistler that there is no leads on the movie's villain's Frost.
We then jump to a vampire council that makes it clear to Frost he is drawing a fine line with them in the way he acts. The council constantly bitches that he was not born a vampire, but instead turned. Frost basically shows that he has no interest in following their rules and believes that vampires should be ruling over humans.
While Blade gets his newest dose of his serum that he states is starting to not work, Karen begins to wander the building and tries to escape. They warn Karen about vampires and tells her to get out of town. Whistler also gives Karen some advice in case she turns.
And I suggest you take that gun and use it on yourself.
Well, someone's a downer.
No, not really. I tell her the same thing.
Again, you need help.
Again, no I don't.
We then jump to Frost doing some undisclosed research.
Shout. That dude slaps like a girl.
So do you.
Don't make me hurt you.
Karen gets home and quickly finds out she's being followed by a cop who turns out to be a vampiric familiar. Blade enjoys beating the crap out of him in order to get information out of him. After a short shakedown, the cop makes a getaway.
The two good guys do a stakeout following the cop, and we begin a car chase that leads Blade to a vampire club. Blade gives Karen a pistol for protection as he walks up to the bouncer.
think that's good enough invitation.
Blade chases down the cop familiar, beating down any vampire in the process. He interrogates the cop until he tells him where the entrance to the hideout is. He then gives the cop a message for Frost.
Frost, a message from me. You tell him it's open season on all suckheads.
The cop goes back to Frost to tell him what happened, and it leads to his death. Frost demands Blade alive, and Blade then finds Frost intel guy, Pearl.
Oh dear God, what the fucking hell is that?
I have no idea. However, we thought Clown looked bad in Spawn.
Well, that did.
This bitch should have been used for Steel Panther's Fat Girl music video.
That's fucking disgusting.
No shit.
After tormenting Pearl with lights, Blade learns of the Blood God ritual that Frost is researching, and after blowing up a door to find a room filled with pages from the vampire Bible, they are soon ambushed by Quinn and his flunkies, just to be saved at the nick of time by Whistler.
The chase begins as Blade and company run from Quinn down in the subway. We then get a pretty good fight scene with Quinn once again losing his arm, and Blade makes their getaway by grabbing onto a passing train.
Whistler then gives Karen and the audience the backstory of himself and Blade. Karen and Blade have a depressing conversation about Blade living with everything he has to go through, and we then jump to Frost, who has covered himself and his minions in a huge spiffed sunblock, but has taken a councilman out into the sunrise, which doesn't end well for the councilman.
That's a spicy meatball!
After Blade gives Whistler the information on Frost's plan, Karen shows Blade the new weapon she's created.
While Karen is taking Blade's blood for sample testing, we learn that her vampirism is accelerating.
For what it's worth, I'm sorry.
You make it sound like I'm already dead.
Blade and Frost meet in the park, and we have a debate on acceptance, being a daywalker, and being higher in the food chain than humans. Using a little girl as bait, Frost makes his getaway while Blade saves the girl.
While Blade's out, Frost breaks into their hideout and Quinn brutally injures Whistler. Blade shows up too late and Whistler gives Blade a final speech before his death.
You're the chosen one.
What a surprise! The superhero is the chosen one for this prophecy.
You should have expected that.
Why are you mocking me?
I don't know.
Blade infiltrates Frost's place, killing everyone in sight after Whistler kills himself. He then has a fight in the hallway, and we see what the new weapon does to vampires.
Blade goes into Frost's main room and meets a face from his past. He learns that Frost is responsible for him being who he is.
Everyone is taken to the Temple of Eternal Night. We get a bunch of typical villain banter while explaining his plans, and Frost gloats that he is going to win. Blade simply gives him a warning.
I promise you, you'll be dead by dawn.
Ooh. Frost does a smart thing and separates Karen and Blade. Karen is thrown into a pit where she sees her old co-worker who didn't turn all the way and barely escapes the pit. Blade, on the other hand, gets tormented by his mother.
Frost then sets everything into place as Blade's blood starts to drain. Karen moves the stone wall and frees Blade. With death closing in on Blade, Karen does the only thing she knows that will help him survive.
I do believe he's hit his climax.
So did I.
As the blood drop hits Frost, lightning strikes and all the councilmen frying themselves to a crisp while Blade dukes it out with his mother, and after all the vampire souls go into Frost, turning him into the uber vamp, Blade kills his mother. Quinn makes an empty threat as he charges at Blade, leading to his death.
Shit just got real! Blade quickly kicks the ass of every non-important minion, and he once again becomes face to face with Frost.
After a quick sword fight, Blade quickly discovers his sword is useless against Frost. With increased powers, Frost eventually gets an upper hand, but through quick thinking, Blade uses his serum to deliver the crushing blow to Frost. The movie then ends with our heroes discussing Karen making a better serum. We then jump to Moscow, where we are all set up for the next...
Like I said, I can't think of... Stop mocking me, you fucking asshole! Let me get this done so we can finish this video.
Okay, hurry up, go. Goddamn slow monkey whore.
Like I said, I can't think of anything to say bad about Blade. Personally, I believe it's one of the best superhero movies they've ever done. And I personally feel that it is one of the movies that set Marvel on the track to where they are today. And for that, I salute them.
So, now what reviews we got left?
Oh, I was going to start doing some reviews based on superheroines like Supergirl, Catwoman, stuff like that.
I'm out.
Well, apparently he doesn't want to help. Anyway, I'm your superhero critic. I stay super as long as you stay awesome. Thank you for watching.
Don't listen to the shit.
Hello, I'm your superhero critic. When it comes to superhero movies, we comic geeks tend to look for three main things. A great protagonist, a good storyline, and action. But it seems we cannot actually get a decent superhero movie that revolves around a female hero. So what we tend to get is skimpy short skirts and boobs.
Typical male pig.
Where the fuck did you come from?
Don't even worry about it.
Great, first a dude in face paint and now a set of boobs.
Is that all guys notice is tits?
Ow! What was that for?
General purposes. Now I'm going to stay here because you're going to get more sexist as this movie goes on.
More than likely. This is Black Scorpion.
The movie starts with a normal father-daughter story time.
What's a scorpion?
Oh, it's a scary spider with a long tail with...
Okay, that is completely wrong. Scorpions are not spiders. They may be part of the arachnid family, but they have their own order.
Yeah, I don't care. Spiders, scorpions, they're all gross.
I thought you were supposed to disprove female stereotypes.
No. That's not just for chicks. I know plenty of guys that hate spiders too.
Yeah, okay then. Either way, after her story, we learn that the father of the girl is a cop as he answers a call on his radio. He then begins a car chase that eventually leads to the car flipping over. The movie then jumps to a hospital where our hero cop ends up shooting a doctor when our thugs decide to try to do a shootout in the hospital.
We jump 18 years later when we meet our hero all grown up and being undercover as she's taken up her father's footsteps and becoming a cop. Today she's trying to infiltrate a pimp's prostitution ring through the help tender loving the stereotypical black.
Okay, seriously, why do we have to jump straight to like the slut outfits?
I have no problems with it. No. The next scene will make me a perv.
Oh god, what now?
Strip club! That's right, our heroine goes undercover as she goes into the club where we meet Easy Street, the pimp. While she tries to get Easy Street to admit he's a pimp and admit to an actual crime, her overeager partner decides to break in way before the cops can actually charge him with anything, so the cops are forced to let him go.
Typical male rushing into things and not finishing it.
For once, I have nothing to say to that.
Good.
They're forced to let the pimp go. Darcy and her partner Michael argue over the fact that, like typical males, continuously try to baby Darcy since she's female and can't take care of herself.
After they argue, we jump into a bar conversation between daughter and drunken father when out of nowhere the DA decides to take action and shoots and murders Darcy's father.
She argues with Michael over the fact that DA is rumored to be released, and she then takes matters into her own hands and goes to a precinct to threaten the DA to figure out why he murdered her father, but she still doesn't get anything from him. Fucking asshole.
Darcy then gets called into the office of the chief and is told that she's suspended. She tries to use being a woman as an excuse for sexism.
Like always, men trying to claim, oh no, it's not because you're a woman.
Well, she assaulted a DA. Even a man should be suspended for it.
That's not the point.
After Tinder goes to her for helping on her pimp, she informs her that she can no longer help because it's not her job. Tinder Lovin is then beaten up by her pimp and blames Darcy for her injuries. After moping a little, Darcy finds the ring her father gifted to her and decides to create a costume to become a vigilante.
We see it every day on the streets. Sometimes the world doesn't make sense.
Why do all superheroines usually wear either all leather or really short skirts?
I have no problem with it. Ouchie! The Black Scorpion goes straight to the strip club again, where she busts in on Easy Street, trying to force himself on another woman. After a quick tussle, Easy Street is kicked out the window.
After Darcy has a conversation with her partner, we learn he isn't as happy with the new vigilante as she is. We then jump to a scene that reveals the main villain that looks like rejected Darth Vader design, and he quickly chokes out a minion.
We then jump to Tender, who is walking alone and stalked by a crazy Joker knockoff, until the Black Scorpion saves her.
Right? Those are some badass boots!
Seriously, a great way to stereotype the black chick. Nice shoes? Really?
No. Just, no.
The news quickly spreads word about this new vigilante as the movie goes to the mayor is sleazing it up with a prostitute that is quickly interrupted by the gang, the Red Dragons, attacking his car. The Black Scorpion quickly kicks all their asses and saves the mayor.
The police send out an order to arrest the Scorpion while we jump to two ex-Diva wrestlers robbing a jewelry store. The Scorpion decides to make a drop-in. Alright, why do superheroes constantly have to break through ceiling windows? Like, what did they ever do to them?
Cutting their costumes?
I have no idea.
I don't either.
The wrestlers get the best of her and almost take off her mask before the cops show up, and she makes a getaway.
Okay, how the fuck did she jump that high? I mean, I know this is a superhero movie, but can someone explain to me how an electric current can allow her to jump all the way up to the top of a building?
I have no fucking idea.
The Scorpion comes across her partner on the roof, and they begin a fist fight that ends up with them rolling off the roof and ending in a kiss. Backup shows up before the scene goes farther, and she makes a getaway after her car gets a couple bullets into it.
Typed black guy of the movie Argyle to see if he can fix her car. In order to get him to trust her, she reveals to him that she is the Black Scorpion. Darcy then goes on a super cheap date with her partner where he recooks a lot of leftovers for her. While watching the news, the power goes off. Darcy decides to seduce him. He pushes her off of him, and they get into an argument over him kissing the Black Scorpion.
So why is she just playing mind games with this dude instead of, telling him who she really is?
See, I'm gonna put it to you like this. He's a cop, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's a vigilante.
Okay.
He's a dick. Therefore, he's gonna sit there and try to arrest her. How much you want to bet?
True. After Michael drops her off, Argyle shows her the new Scorpion mobile, complete with an installed cop radio. They find out about another break-in, this time at a chemical plant. Michael meets our villain after he tells his corrupt cops to make 5 more barrels of chemical.
A shootout starts and Michael comes face to face with our masked villain. The villain gets away before the cops and the Scorpion can stop him. After saving Michael from a potential Joker lawsuit, Argyle makes a transformation to Darcy's car.
Batmobile, eat your heart out. Argyle goes through the details of whatever things the car can do as they are being chased by cops. And after an Inspector Gadget-like command, the car shoots oil out onto the road and the cops crash.
We then go to Michael's place where Darcy forces herself on him, and we get a short sex scene that ends in a weird way.
That is one kinky chick if she likes tasing people during sex.
At least his orgasm was shocking.
We then get a short clip of Darcy tossing her costume away and then jump to a scene where Darcy talks to Michael about not knowing her father. As she watches the news, the villain finally reveals his name and plan.
Gas that will asphyxiate every man, woman, and child.
Really, Breathtakers is his big villain name?
Breathtaker. More like ugly, because breathtaking usually means like beautiful. No.
Like, oh my god!
Darcy grabs her costume from a hobo before her, and Argyle goes over the criminal database he has to find out more information on our villain. After the database gives enough information that the villain is the same Dr. Goddard from the beginning of the movie who is shot by Darcy's father.
The Scorpion once again goes head-to-head with the wrestling chicks until the Breathtaker comes face-to-face and she tells him who he is.
Scorpion to my hideout.
My name is Darcy Walker. You killed my father.
Prepare to die.
The Scorpion is quickly caught in a plastic dome and the Breathtaker reveals his true motives.
I want to be normal again.
Really? You attack the people in the city all because you can't breathe? Darth Vader should meet him.
Darcy uses her electric ring to free herself out of the containment bubble, and Michael then finds out who the Black Scorpion really is.
You have the right to remain silent.
Now let me explain.
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Didn't I tell you?
Yes.
Okay then.
Okay. Michael lets Darcy go, but ends up going with her. They find out Breathtaker is held up in an abandoned tower they quickly infiltrate. While Michael handles the goons, Darcy goes head-to-head with Breathtaker, and with only 1 second to spare, Darcy quickly stops the countdown.
No.
That was anticlimactic.
Yeah, I think. The rest of the movie is kind of meh at its best. Darcy gets credit for stopping Breathtaker. Michael tells Darcy he's getting a transfer since he knows way too much about her. He finds out Darcy's the one who took his gas mask, and the movie ends with a cityscape of the city and the Black Scorpion looking over it.
That's gotta be the stupidest movie I've ever seen sitting around some stupid bitch.
Actually, currently, it is the only good superhero movie based on a female hero.
There's worse.
Yes, actually, every superhero movie based on a female hero is worse than this. And this movie even got a sequel. Ow!
No.
What is worth the hitting?
Shut up and just say the little catchphrase.
I'm Superhero Critic. I'll stay super if you stay awesome. Hello, I'm your Superhero Critic. The month of May brings about different changes within the seasons of weather. But in comics, it brings us the anniversary of one of the greatest superheroes of all time. I'm talking about the one, the only, the Batman. So, It being the month of May, I have decided to dub this month as... So, where do I begin the month of Batman? Well, when it comes to live action, we turn to Tim Burton and Christopher Nolan. Now, when it comes to animated, we turn to the one and only Bruce Timm, who has been around doing animated Batman films for years. But, where do we begin? Let's go back to the animated series from the 90s. One of the most successful superhero TV shows of all time. Spawned a 1995 superhero film that went to theaters. That movie was The Mask of the Phantasm. One of my favorite Batman films, so we are going to start the month of Batman with The Mask of the Phantasm. We open the movie with a very detailed cityscape of Gotham City with one of the best musical scores. Okay, I am not one for classical or just instrumental music. Okay, I am not one for just classical or instrumental music, but this has to be one of the best soundtracks ever. To the point I have listened to the soundtrack so many times, I could sit and watch the movie in my head while I'm at work because I listen to it while I'm working. If you don't agree with that, listen to the first track. If you don't like that music, I'm sorry, your music taste is horrible. The movie quickly jumps to Chucky Saw, a crime boss who is trying to mass-produce counterfeit money. That is quickly interrupted by the Batman. Alright, 2 minutes in and we already get awesome fight scenes. The fight eventually leads them into a parking garage where Chucky runs into who he thinks is the Batman. He soon learns that it is not, and it is in fact his angel of death come to kill him.
Got you, lousy stinking.
Of course, because Batman is seen at the crash site, he gets the blame of the death by the councilman. But he does not let that get to him because he goes back to the Batcave and starts examining the broken glass he picked up from the garage. We also meet the main love interest of the movie, Andrea Beaumont, who believes her love with Bruce is officially over.
Oh, Arthur, don't start that again. He's ancient history.
Okay, who is going to tell Andrea that no matter how hard you try, if you are a love interest within a comic book, your love is never over? Back at Wayne Manor, we see that Bruce is having a party where he runs into a bunch of his exes. One of them eventually throws punch in his face. He then runs into the councilman who reminds him that Andrea still exists. Bruce goes into his private room and we get our very first flashback. The flashback shows us Bruce mourning over his parents and he meets Andrea talking to her own deceased mother.
Mother was asking.
I'm just gonna put that down here below. Yeah, you see that? That's what you're gonna get. The flashback then continues as we see Bruce swinging into action for the very first time as Ski Mask Man.
On your stomachs. Arms spread. Who's this clown?
That's what she said. Bruce eventually saves the night as he chases down the remaining thug in his own truck and nearly escapes death twice. The flashback eventually ends with Bruce practicing his martial arts and Andrea and him having a conversation about why he didn't call. I guess you could say they're falling for each other. We then meet our next gang leader, Buzz Bronski, who is visiting Chucky at the graveyard, showing us that the two of them were connected somehow. And just like Chucky, Buzz eventually gets killed off by the Phantasm. I guess you could say he actually met his angel of death. What is their fucking noise? After an old man has a heart attack on the word of Buzz's death, the councilman wants Batman's head on a platter, but Commissioner Gordon won't go for it because it's clearly not Batman doing it. The Batman then visits the gravesite of Buzz's death and almost has a run-in with Andrea.
Bruce?
This is more than likely going to become a definite thing within Batman movies, but Batman cannot keep his fucking identity secret from women. Here we catch up to our peeping Tom Batman as the movie fades to another flashback. The second flashback consists of Bruce and Andrea touring with an amusement park and Bruce meeting Andrea's father. Andrea's father has problems with Sal Valestra, and Bruce ends up saving a man from a bike gang jumping.
Come on, let me have a look at you.
Andrea, please.
God, Bruce, no wonder why you can't keep a woman. You treat them like shit. Bruce then has a hissy fit over choosing whether or not to stay with Andrea or continue his work as a crime fighter.
What shall I say, sir? I don't know. I just don't know!
He just doesn't know! Bruce visits his parents' grave again, depressed and not expecting things to change. Seeing Andrea has a sign that he can still be happy. He does not know whether or not he wants to give up on his promise. Back to the main storyline where we see the councilman is actually in cahoots with Valestra, and that they have a past. That cough is seriously not healthy.
It's not very healthy in here.
I just said that! Batman makes the connection with all the killings, and after an argument with Alfred...
You think you know everything about me, don't you?
I dive at your bottom. I bloody well ought to.
Bottom.
He goes to Valestra's place and starts making connections after looking over photos.
Andrea's father.
Damn, this movie has more flashbacks than a Vietnam veteran! The third flashback shows us Bruce, who is proposing to Andrea, and in the process, they are then scared half to death with symbolism for the future. Andrea then goes to tell her daddy the good news, but is told they have to leave Gotham for good. Bruce is then given the bad news, and through depression, the Bat is finally born. Back to the present, Valestra has a meeting with the much-needed comic relief villain from Batman's main rogue gallery.
That song.
Best Batman villain ever. Mark Hamill has always been the best Joker, and he always will. I don't care what live actor you get. Mark Hamill is the Joker. End of story. Sal and Joker go to Joker's inner hideout, and Sal tells him how Buzz and Chucky have been killed off, thinking it's Batman. Sal wants to hire the Joker to take out the Bat, but of course the Joker has his own plans.
Certainement. No way is anybody gonna hurt my pal Sal. That's it. That's what I want to see. A nice big smile.
Batman and Andrea then have a serious heart-to-heart with each other.
You still following your dad's orders?
The way I see it, the only one in this room controlled by his parents is you.
Ooh, sick burn, Andrea. That didn't even deserve a sound effect! The Bat goes to investigate Sal's again, only to have a bomb set up by the Joker. The Batman then gets chased down by the cops while he himself is chasing the Phantasm. The chase turns into a gun down as the Phantasm disappears. Our beloved hero gets hurt. Wait. Is that blood in a cartoon from the 90s? Awesome movie is awesome. Andrea comes out of nowhere and eventually saves Bruce's life and...
Having a meeting that night with his partners.
Okay, if this movie has one more goddamn flashback, I'm going to scream. Mother, God, fuck, you fat little fuck. Flashback number goddamn 4 is Sal demanding more money from Andrea's father, and him forcing Andrea to leave. Thus we see why the two of them broke up to begin with. Back to the present, we see Batman taking the time to examine the photo he got from Andrea's house. And Bruce finally makes the connection that we as an audience already guess. Dun dun dun! Oh, fuck you! The Joker decides to pay a visit to the councilman, and after scaring the shit out of him, he makes it clear he knows the Phantasm's not the Batman. Eventually, he turns Reeves into a laughing corpse. Batman then visits the laughing man in the hospital, and we learn more backstory on what really happened in the past.
That's not the answer I want.
Beaumont needed me to help him and his kid get out of town. He kept in touch.
When was the last time you spoke to him?
Years ago. My first election campaign. I was running out of money and asked Beaumont for help.
Back at Andrea's house, Batman gets a very explosive phone call.
Hello, operator. I believe my party's been disconnected.
After the final flashback, the Phantasm's identity is finally revealed as Andrea herself. Because nobody in the audience saw this coming at all. I mean, she's only the main focus throughout the entire movie. The climax of the movie is basically a giant battle between the Joker and the Phantasm. Eventually, the Joker overtakes the Phantasm until... While Batman argues with Andrea, we get more backstory that anyone could piece together.
Look what they did to us! What we could have had! They had to pay!
But Andy, what will vengeance solve?
If anyone knows the answer to that, Bruce, it's you.
Touché, Andrea. Touché. We finally get to the final fight of the movie. This lasts about a good 10 minutes, including a skyscraper fight, razor-sharp helicopter train surfing, and jetpacks. However, Andrea makes a personal choice to disappear with the Joker after the place starts to explode. Wow, what a bang. What? No sound effect? The movie ends with a slight hint that there may be a slight hint of hope left. So there you've got it. So there you've got it. One of the best animated Batman films in existence. Now mind you, there are some good ones. I have not gotten a hold of Son of Batman yet, but I will. But enough of animation. Let's go to live action. So, if you will join me next week, I, your superhero critic, we'll be going over Tim Burton's Batman. I'm your superhero critic. I'll stay super as long as you stay awesome. So I'm your superhero critic. When it comes to the Batman franchise in movie universe, we owe a lot of things to one specific movie. Influenced by The Killing Joke and The Dark Knight Returns, Tim Burton's Batman from 1989 paved the way for Batman's success, not only creating the influence for the Batman animated series that was a success in the 90s, but also paved the way for other movies within the franchise, until Joel Schumacher got a hold of it. Anyway, so, without further ado, to continue on with Batman, we shall review Tim Burton's Batman. The movie begins with an unknown family trying to find a taxi. Why they decide to go down an alleyway makes no sense to me, but luck would have it that they run into a burglar.
Scream.
I do believe he said not to speak. The thieves sit and count their loot as the bat shows up behind them. After some quick thinking, the thieves use their gun. Well, that was fast. I'll see y'all later. Wait, you're not done? Oh, okay. Go on. The bat then dangles the thief above the edge of the building, and after warning him to tell his friends about him, he delivers his most famous line.
I'm Batman.
That line has become one iconic quote of all time and has become something Batman says all the time. We then meet Jack Napier, who is watching Lando Calrissian make a speech about a better Gotham. Jack is taunting that the city cannot be run without him, even under his boss Carl Grissom's wing. We then jump to Lieutenant Eckhart and a news reporter named Alex Knox, arguing over what happened to the man being taken to the hospital. After much hostility, Eckhart makes his way down the alleyway where we meet Napier, and they do some dirty business to keep Lando out of Napier's hair. Eckhart gets cocky and Napier decides to get physical.
Knows it.
Better be sure.
Knox is seen back at the paper he works for, and his co-workers mock him.
Very funny. You should have a little more gore under the fangs, though, right? What a dick.
A little bit of trivia for y'all. That photo, for those of you who don't pay attention to the small stuff, is actually drawn by Bob Kane. And it was one of the original sketches that he had for Batman himself. And now you know. We then meet Vicky Vale, who is interested with Knox's story. They make plans to go and investigate Bruce Wayne's party. Grissom is having a meeting with his men about Dent and Gordon getting closer to their operations. Jack suggests destroying one of their bases at the chemical plant, and Grissom chooses to send Jack. For some reason, I just sense a double cross coming. At Wayne's party, Gordon gets an anonymous tip about Rapier attacking the chemicals plant. Vicky and Alex make a fool of themselves in front of Bruce Wayne, insulting most of the statues that he's bought. Alfred eventually interrupts the fun, alerting Bruce that Gordon has disappeared. We then jump to Ace's Chemicals, where Napier finds out he's been set up, so his men and the cops fight it out while Napier starts blowing up the plant. The Bat shows up and starts taking out crooks. I'd insert a Scorpion get over here joke, but I've used that in too many reviews already. so I'm not gonna. Napier comes face to face with the Bat, but his partner gives him a choice.
Let him go, or I'll do Gordon.
After Jack shoots Eckhart, a bullet bounces off Batman's gauntlet. It splits into Jack's face, causing him to trip and topple over into the chemicals below. After Batman leaves the plant, we get one of the most memorable scenes in the movie of Jack's hand reaching up from the chemicals. Vicky then has an awkward dinner with Bruce.
Could you pass the salt?
What?
Could you pass the salt?
What?
Could you pass the salt?
Sheesh, you don't have to fucking yell. We then jump to Jack getting reconstructive surgery from an underground doctor, and he leaves the room laughing. We then jump to Carl, who gets greeted by the new Jack, who renames himself the Joker, and he has a little bit of fun killing Carl. After a bunch of pointless scenes that I feel are really unimportant to this review, we get to a gang leader meeting where Joker declares himself in charge. One guy is opposed to it, which doesn't end well.
Oh, I got a live one here. Oh, there'll be a hot time in the old town tonight.
Joker's men burst through the door, and the Joker has the last laugh.
You're crazy.
We then go to the City Hall steps where the Joker makes his first public appearance with his goons dressed like mimes, and he kills another lead mob boss. Bruce looking around as if he's seen a ghost. That right there is exactly why I fucking hate mimes. Joker is seen going through Vicky's photography, being turned on by her looks. He then has his sidekick go and fetch her, but now it's time for some news as the Joker takes over the airways and promotes Joker products. Vicky then has a meeting at the museum, but after a gift is given to her, she learns it's not with Bruce. After Joker and his men destroy the paintings in the museum and dance around a little bit, they have a conversation over Vicky's photography and art.
What do you want?
A pony, $1 million, your own action figure.
Face on the $1 bill.
Damn, so close. Vicky tries to make a run for it, and after Joker jokes around, after water's thrown on his face, the Bat drops in. Seriously, what is with superheroes destroying glass ceilings? The chase begins as Joker's goons start a car chase around the city trying to get the Batman, only to have the Bat give them the slip. With the Bat cornered, he uses his grapple to get Vicky away safely. He then quickly takes down all the goons. Batman takes Vicky to the Batcave for safety and goes over with her the Joker's real plan, the entire time trying to hide who he is. After Batman takes Vicky's film, she calls the paper to tell them what products the city needs to avoid, and which Joker does not approve of.
Or foe. I have given a name to my pain, and it is Batman.
Okay, that's 2 scenes in this movie that... Okay, that's 2 scenes in this movie where the Joker destroys a TV with some sort of device. First one being with a boxing glove. He goes through more TVs than an appliance store. Bruce goes over to Vicky's to try to tell her the truth, only for her to be interrupted by the Joker. Bruce slips a cookie sheet in his shirt and stands up for him and her.
Then he had us.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on!
Bruce Wayne has officially gone insane. The Joker then says a line that hits Bruce a little close to home until he shoots him in the cookie sheet. Back at the newsroom, Alex shows Vicky more information on Bruce's past by showing her the paper headline from his parents' murder.
What do you suppose something like this does to a kid?
Well, in comic books, it usually creates a superhero. During a press conference, the Joker once again takes over the airways and declares that he will drop $200 million in cash at midnight, and that all he wants in return is Batman. While Bruce is grieving over everything that's going on, we get a semi-slow motion flashback showing Bruce's parents' death. The murderer, repeating what Joker said to Bruce earlier, gives him and the audience the proof that the Joker is indeed his parents' killer. So, in this interpretation of the Batman, Jack Napier creates Batman, Batman creates the Joker. Hooray for conundrum. Since Vicky now knows Bruce's secret, she tries to convince him to let her in. He says he wants to but can't risk everything, and they show him becoming the Bat once again. The Batmobile makes its way into the chemical plant and drops the ball on Joker's plan.
Just who do you trust? What makes you a real lover? Trust.
Okay, enough of that. The Joker taunts Gotham that the Batman has not shown up yet, and once he sees the Bat, he alerts all of his men to put on masks, and releases his surprise to the city. The Batman uses his Batplane to quickly get rid of the balloons, much to the dismay of the Joker.
Why didn't somebody tell me that he had one of those things?
Sorry, you didn't ask.
Bob, it's gone.
Sorry. That was kind of funny. As the Bat shoots every missile he has at the Joker, which makes no sense to me because in the comics he rarely uses guns. But hey, what the hell, the Joker pulls out a long pistol from his pants, shooting the Batplane, causing it to crash. The Joker then forces Vicky to go into the church with him as a hostage.
Better make it 10.
Okay, one little bit of movie trivia and all that crap. If you actually take the time card from where the Joker calls his minions and says, hey, I need 10 minutes, the time it takes for the helicopter to actually show up within the movie is actually 10 minutes. Don't believe me? Watch it. I'm gonna skip the long-ass climb it takes to get to the top of the church. The Joker sprays acid on the bell, blocking the cops from getting in. While Batman takes out a couple of goons, the Joker forces Vicky to dance, and she sees the Batman, so she plays along.
Oh, I love purple.
Okay, I don't know whether or not I should be turned on or creeped out by the way that Vicky's acting. We finally and now we're at the climax of the movie. Hero and villain have a few choice words, and after the Joker gets roughed up a little, the Batman puts Joker in a corner until he falls off the church. The Joker tricks the two into thinking he's gone kaput, putting both of the two in danger. The Joker's men finally show up, and the Joker almost gets away, but with quick thinking, the Batman bolos the Joker's ankle to a gargoyle. The movie ends with a zoom in on the Joker's death. The commissioner says that the Batman gave them a way to contact him if ever needed, which turns out to be the bat signal. Vicky makes a joke about knowing Bruce will be late, and we get the iconic Batman moon stance before fading into credits. So there you have it, Tim Burton's Batman. What could we do to top that? Well, with that in mind, we get a movie that almost didn't happen. We get Batman Returns. Join me as Batman continues, and I'm your superhero critic. I stay super as long as you stay awesome. Hello, I'm your superhero critic. When it comes to the Batman universe, we almost didn't get the best sequel within the franchise. After the success of Batman from Tim Burton, we almost did not get a sequel due to the fact that both Michael Keaton and Tim Burton were focusing on Beetlejuice at the time. So, not only could Batman Returns have been a completely different movie, but at the same time could have never happened. Which, I'm glad it did. So, join me as we review the best Batman sequel of them all. The movie begins with a baby being born and the parents of said child being distraught and disturbed at the sight of their own child. After the baby eats the family cat, they take the child and throw its carriage over a bridge. The baby becomes Moses as it comes down the stream. And the world's worst parents award goes to those guys. I'm calling CPS. After the credits, we go to the city of Gotham during Christmas time and the lighting of the Gotham Town Square Christmas tree. With the newsie promoting an alleged penguin man living in the Gotham City Zoo, we jump to the man named Max, played by Christopher Walken. He is speaking with his company's board members about the next step in where their new power plant should go. Selena Kyle interrupts, only to be interrupted herself as the men leave the room to join the city party. He begins to make his speech, but Selena realizes something important.
Oh, darn.
I do believe you forgot your speech, good Mr. Walken. As Max makes his speech, a giant present rolls onto the street and clowns and circus folks start attacking the city. They make it clear they are after Max and the city goes into chaos. The Batman appears and starts taking goons out one by one. Batman never misses. As Selena picks up her belongings, she notices a small little detail on the clown's taser that the company she works for, Omega, has its name imprinted on it. You know, I have this small feeling that her discovery is going to lead to her death. We then jump to Max, who wakes up in a room surrounded by clowns and penguins. We finally meet the villain of the movie, the Penguin. The two of them talk about Penguin wanting to come to the surface world and finding out who he is. He blackmails Max into doing what he wants by threatening to expose all of his secrets. We then jump to Selina, who had to rush back to work after forgetting about a meeting with Bruce Wayne. Max walks in and finds out she hacked into information she shouldn't have. And after a few words, Max has the last laugh.
You know, for a second there, you really frightened me.
I knew it! But Selina is luckier than she thought, as cats start coming out of nowhere. As they lick her wounds, she wakes up and makes her way home. She then begins to have a temper tantrum that should put her in a psych ward, which ends up with her making her Catwoman costume. Well, I dig the new Selina. Those poor stuffed animals! During another speech, one of the Penguin circus freaks kidnaps the mayor's child and sets it up for the Penguin to do a fake saving of the baby to announce his presence to the world. Bruce Wayne, of course, thinks that there's more to the Penguin than he's willing to show the public, and he goes to patrol. We then jump to the Penguin at a graveyard grieving that his parents are actually dead. Catwoman then makes her first save of her semi-heroic career. During Max's meeting with Bruce, Selina makes her non-death known to Max. Max then goes to Penguin's and shows him a different plan of the Penguin running for mayor. After meeting the consultants that basically insult him for his looks, he makes his own little... That's man no. The city once again goes into chaos as the Bat takes down more circus goons as Catwoman breaks into her old job and starts trashing the place.
Yeah, go ahead and hit me.
You asked for it. The Bat comes face to face with Penguin finally, and they have a heart-to-heart about how the Bat knows Penguin is up to something. They are quickly joined by Catwoman. The Bat and the Cat go head-to-head on the rooftops. The fight goes pretty quickly, with Catwoman getting away by seducing Batman, just like most women, and stabbing him in the side with her claw, only for her to land in the most ironic places.
Saved by kitty litter.
After announcing to the city his run for mayor, the Penguin goes upstairs to see Catwoman waiting for him with a proposal that the two should work together by turning Batman into a criminal. Selina and Bruce run into each other on the street, and Bruce invites her to dinner. The Penguin walks in on the tree lighter and hits her with a stolen batarang.
What is that thing? A camera or something?
Say cheese.
Cheese.
I don't think that's a camera. While the date goes on and the heat starts to get heated, the two start trying to get away from each other so they can change into their costumes and join the ceremony. At the ceremony, the clowns start taking apart the Batmobile, and the Bat and the Cat start fighting again while spouting out corny pun after corny pun. On the roof, the Penguin scares the princess to the point she falls off, but all the crowd saw was that the Batman pushed her. The officers ignore Gordon and open fire on the Bat, causing him to topple over. The Cat and the Bat have another seduction talk, and during a celebration, the Penguin and Catwoman get pissed off at each other because the plan did not go the way they had discussed it. Penguin turns on Catwoman. What is it with superhero movies destroying glass ceilings? That is 5 films now that have had a character fall through the ceiling. Enough with it already! As Batman gets into the Batmobile, the Penguin takes control of the Batmobile and takes the Bat on a ride around the city. The Batman finds the override device just in time. If he had actually hit that woman, he would have probably gotten at least 1,000 points and probably 1 or 2 stars. During the Penguins conference, Bruce takes the airways over by playing the recorded audio from the Batmobile takeover. It sends Gotham into a rage. Through his rage, we learn that the Penguin's real plan was to drown and kill all the firstborn sons of Gotham, and one of his minions feels that it's a little bit much and he meets his death.
It's a lot.
At Max's ball, Bruce and Selina learn each other's deep dark secrets. As he tries to prevent her from shooting Max, the Penguin makes his presence known. The Penguin demands that Max's son Chip goes down to the sewers with him. Max says take him instead, and the Penguin gathers his Penguin army to take over the city. Of course, to the Penguin's dismay, the Batman ends up foiling the plans of blowing up the city via signal jamming. I think Peter's happy that these Penguins didn't blow up. Just say. The chase is on as hero and villain chase each other through the sewers. Eventually it's taken to the zoo top as the Batman lets the Penguin missiles blow up and the Penguin falls into the zoo area below. Max escapes, but not before Selina tries to drown him and demand his blood.
Sorry, Max. A die for a die.
You need his die? Okay, I have a D4, I have a D20, I have a D100. Is that enough? Bruce tries to convince Selina to not go down the path that she's going down, and even reveals his face to her. Selina ignores it all, and Max ends up taking all but 2 of Selina's remaining lives. She then sacrifices her 8th life to take Max out in a shocking manner. As Bruce examines the bodies, the Penguin stumbles and collapses in his death, and the Penguins give their father a much-needed farewell. The movie ends with Bruce seeing a shadowed figure and rushing down an alleyway where we get the assumption that Selina is still alive. And after a charming conversation between Bruce and Alfred, we get a glimpse of the bat signal and a familiar set of ears. So there you have it. One of the best Batman movies out there. But I only got 1 week left of Batman. So what could I do? I could do Sub-Zero, Under the Red Hood. I could do Year One. I could do... No! I am not going to do that movie. There is nothing that'll give me... First off, you leave my son out of this. I'm not doing that movie. Second off, stop requesting that damn movie. I am not going to do Batman and Robin. You, sir, need help. No. I'm not going to do Batman and Robin. Enough! I am not going to do Batman and Robin. There is nothing on this planet and nothing anybody could say that will make me do Batman and Robin. Fine! I will fucking do Batman and Robin! But do not expect me to enjoy it. I'm your superhero critic. I'll stay super as long as you stay awesome. Motherfucker is making me goddamn too goddamn fucking bad. Hello, I'm your superhero critic. Batman and Robin. Batman and motherfucking Robin. Joel Schumacher can eat a motherfucking dick. Why? Because he took something that was good, added Arnold Schwarzenegger, and made it horrible. No! Do I have to honestly sit through this movie? I don't want to. Nope, 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 you can't make me. You can't make me. You can't make me. You can't make me. Stop it! You can't make me do this movie. Oh! Down! Ah! My eyes! Thank you, Cousin Obi. No, invite myself in. Come here. You, come on. Wake up. Up you go. Oh yes. Hold on to this. Greetings, and welcome back to the Superhero Critic Show. Oh, today he has been fitted with my version of, well, home monitoring. If he goes away from me in an excess of 100 yards, it explodes. Which is why he has to stay right here and watch the film. I got... Oh. The hell? Ah! Where the fuck did you come from? And what the hell is this? If you go away and what the fuck am I wearing? If you try to run, you will be blown up. What's with the 60s Batman mask? It's a little nostalgia. Why are you here? To force you to watch Batman and Robin. Why does everybody want me to watch that movie? I just think it would be fun. Fine. I will watch Batman and Robin. But you're watching it with me. Fine. Bring the snacks. This is Batman and Robin. We begin with close-ups on the dynamic duo. Really? Why, Schumacher? Why with the fucking goddamn bat nipples? What do you have in your hand? Just why bat nipples? Ah! Why? Fucking asshole! Stop it! Finish the movie!
Oh, and I see that my frosty friend, Mr. Freeze, has taken Gotham Museum by storm. Ice storm, that is. And we get our first corny pun of the film. Oh, save me so much pain.
The Iceman cometh.
And the Superhero Critic goeth.
Hey! Remember boom or boom?
Either way, the puns in this movie are not funny. This whole movie is just unpunny.
Hold this. And of course that.
Son of a motherfucker! I hate you.
Do a pin.
I hate you. The dynamic duo show up to save the day. Mr. Freeze sends his goons to fight them, and then we start a goddamn hockey game over the damn diamond. Okay, who actually thought that this scene, if you could even call it a scene, would be cool or funny or whatever? It's just what are you doing? Will you want me to do this damn review? Let me do it.
Do you want me to be your dentist or not?
No, I would not trust you with my teeth. Stop it! Either way, I'm only 10 minutes into this movie and I already feel insulted. What are you doing?
I lost the pen in the couch.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh, and now we see that Mr. Freeze has brought out a rocket. A great big rocket to escape the bat. Always trying to upstage me. Why? Why must he do this? I'll tell you why. It's so the bat and his bird-brained friend can escape. Just to use the doors as surfboards. The problem is that they haven't brought their parachutes. Hopefully we see them splat.
Now I expect this movie to start stealing lines from the Ninja Turtles. Motherfucker!
It's okay. They always say in anger management, breathe in and breathe out.
You would know. The duo follow Freeze into what looks like a sewer system that has been covered in ice. Robin quickly gets frozen and Freeze makes his escape as the Batman thaws the Robin Sokol out.
Do we get it? Skipping ahead to now what we have is what looks to be the rainforest, or Pamela Isley. Oh, I hope that she gets a big surprise from what her boss is cooking up. Ah, yes, there he is, Bane. He seems a little watered down in the brain, of course. Hopefully that will all change.
I'm afraid you'll have to die.
We jump to Bruce and Dick telling the audience the story behind how Freeze became Freeze, as we see Alfred looking sick to himself. The duo argue over Robin's failure.
This is preposterous!
What is?
To think of Bruce Wayne. Daddy issue Wayne, of course! Why would he be the Bat?
Why are you hitting me with a Pikachu?
Why would he be the Bat, huh?
Why would he? It's obvious. You didn't know?
Nobody knows.
He really didn't know.
Note to self. Contact Bruce Wayne. See, just seeing her, I would love to kiss her, but now knowing what I know now, I don't think I'd have the, taste for her.
I'm poison.
At Freeze's hideout, we see Freeze mourning over his wife, and him and his main minion discuss the next plan. We jump to Wayne Manor, where there's a surprise guest who shows up at the door.
Uncle Alfred. Uncle Alfred.
Okay, one thing that bugs me off the bat, first off, Batgirl and Barbara is not Alfred's niece. Why did you take the time to switch the backstory of a main character such as Batgirl?
Damn it, I jumped! I swear!
What are you even playing?
Batman Return of the Joker.
It's not even plugged in! But, since I've mentioned that, did you know, since you made it obvious you didn't know Bruce Wayne was Batman, did you know that Barbara Gordon is Batgirl?
Note to self. Shoot her in the back. And now we're off to Gotham Observatory, where Mr. Wayne, note to self, destroy all greeneries.
Now let's go to the Wayne charity auction that gets interrupted by dancing monkeys.
Wow, they're betting on Ivy. They're trying to buy her affections. Too bad. Most of these men would need a pill just to satisfy her.
7 million.
Zap, are you fucking kidding me?
Zap. Zap.
A fucking credit card? I understand that Bruce Wayne has money. We get the point. But a fucking credit card? What are you doing?
The Flash is born. Zap, zap, zap.
See what y'all make me do?
Silence!
Ow, my face! Freeze breaks up the party as he goes for the diamond that was a trap set up by the Caped Crusaders. Ivy tries her pheromone dust on Freeze, but his body is immune and he gets away with the diamond. The chase is on as the dynamic duo follow Freeze and they make it to the bridge. Batman tries to take it upon himself to shut down Robin's bike, and the Bat saves the day.
What fun, they're falling apart. Keep your head above water.
With you, it's hard. Ow, my eye!
Oh, let's continue watching. Oh, look, the pin! Nope.
Down.
Oops.
Stop dropping it!
Oh, and now we're at Home Sweet Home, where we learn that Iceman can't stay out of his little cold light. Oh, without his suit, he's nothing but a brainiac. Oh no, and now Ivy's taking over a gang's hideout? This is unheard of. I mean, to think. Taking over somebody else's hideout and their gang members. Who would do such a thing?
While the duo pine over figuring out who Ivy is, Dick catches Barbara in the act of sneaking out, and we follow them to a motorcycle race that eventually turns bad, and Dick ends up saving Barb's life.
So this is where you hang out. Wow. How long have you been racing?
Oh, and now we see young penis boy and his girlfriend arguing over what she's gonna do later on, and poor old Alfred dying. It's almost unbearable. Does anybody else want a pizza? And back to the asylum we go. Oh, I always love these parts. What's this? No one ever breaks me out of jail. I have to do it all myself.
Come on. I hope Mr. Bane can swim.
While investigating Mr. Freeze's hideout, the villains and heroes go head-to-head, and Ivy once again tries to seduce Robin, leading into a fight between Bat and Bird.
I'm going solo.
And what a surprise!
Flashback!
Batman throwing someone into...
Flashback!
Vat of green goo!
I know about this! That's happened to me.
Clearly, he...
Don't think that was easy to get over.
Obviously, I kind of can tell by your face.
La la la.
Ah! What the fuck?
What? You'll live.
Hopefully.
Oh, what's this? Ivy pulls the plug on Mrs. Freeze. That's even a little cold for me.
See, that is exactly why yours truly over here more than likely likes to work solo. Think about it. Mr. Freeze wants to freeze the entire planet. Poison Ivy wants to reinvent the planet with nothing but plants. Their goals kind of don't match together.
What's life without a little chaos? Have a tie.
Why? Why?
Well, you're holding everything up.
Ivy and Bane gain access to the bat signal after she seduces the commissioner and they decide to break it. Barbara is seen trying to gain access into the disc that Alfred gave her and eventually cracks the code and learns their big secret.
And argue here and argue there. All they can do is argue, bigger back and forth. This is why I don't like that little bird brain. Oh, and now we got more Mr. Freeze who gives more ice-related puns. Note to self, find director. Show him how to make a good punchline.
Barbara then finds the Batcave and Alfred gives her a suit.
Suit me up, Uncle Alfred.
My thing is Schumacher. If you're going to put bat nipples on the suits, why not bat girls?
Sexist pig!
Ow! Y'all are lucky I'm almost done with this movie.
If he only had a brain.
Robin makes his way into Ivy's hideout and tricks her into kissing him, which she does not approve of.
I hate to disappoint you, but rubber lips are immune to your charms.
The dynamic dunderheads tied up and ensnared. Only one person can save the day. Oh. Somebody please kill me.
You're about to become compost.
As the girls go head-to-head in a quick fight that barely lasts 5 minutes, Poison Ivy eventually meets her demise.
Curses!
Oh, now after freezes the city, we see that our heroic trio is making their way back into the observatory with Freeze nowhere to be seen. So they start trying to figure out how, while at the same time finishing each other's sentences. This is so freaking annoying. I hate when Harley does this.
It's morning in the Congo.
If we could relay the sunlight.
From the other side of the equator.
It'll take the satellites about a minute to relay.
How do they know? How do they know what? Okay, stop it! I get it! How do they know what each other are gonna say?
Freeze makes his appearance and they start to tear the observatory up, with Bane fighting Batgirl and Robin until they pull the plug on Bane's venom.
Now with the clock ticking down to the Bat's failure, he obviously does what he does best and saves the day after he punches out the freaking popsicle.
But like all villains, Freeze has a final trick up his sleeve, as he sets off the bombs that he set around the observatory.
Note to self. Pay Bruce Wayne a visit.
And final fuckingly, the movie ends with Freeze learning that Ivy was the one who killed his wife. The Bat convinces Freeze to give him samples of the serum. The duo becomes a permanent trio, and we end with the trio running towards the screen in slow motion. There you go, viewers, subscribers, anything else you want to call yourselves. I still had to fucking hold this damn thing. I did Batman and Robin. This year's Batman is done.
You still have Underdog, Phineas and Ferb's Mission to Marvel, Bolt, both Inspector Gadgets, and Super Buddies.
Why am I doing shitty Disney superhero movies?
Oh, and don't forget, you also have this one over here. Let's see. Elektra.
No!
I'm going to...
Ah! What the hell?
I'm going to Disney World.
You're telling me that the whole fucking video I didn't...
Have fun.
They weren't bombs! Ah!
Joke's on you.
I'm the Superhero Critic. I stay super as long as you stay on. Hello, I'm your Superhero Critic. It is the summer of 2014, and I have decided to dedicate the entire summer to one specific company that has produced countless superhero movies and TV shows throughout the years. I'm talking, of course, about Disney. So, to start my Disney movie thon off, growing up in the 90s, there is one specific cartoon that everybody knew the specific theme song to. No. I am not talking about DuckTales. Although that show was awesome growing up, it's not the show I'm talking about. This is the show I'm talking about. Yes, that's right. Inspector Gadget, the awesome cartoon about a bumbling cyborg cop, his niece Penny, her dog Brain, and the villainous Dr. Claw. While many people love the show with a passion,
I have yet to meet a single solitary person who actually liked the 1999 piece of garbage that Disney slapped the Inspector Gadget name on and tried to pass it off as a really good movie. So, without further ado, because I have probably bored you to death by now, let's dive into this piece of go-go gadget horseshit. The movie begins with lead actor Matthew Broderick, and what we are made to believe is his life as he strolls down the street. A bus goes wild and he saves a bunch of kids from being hit, as well as stopping the bus. Of course, it just turns out that John Brown was only dreaming, and he's awakened by Brain and Penny, played by one of my 90s crushes, Michelle Trachtenberg. Hey! She's legal now! Niece and uncle discuss John's disappointment in himself that he's a security guard and not a real cop. Penny reassures him that she does not care. What the fuck kind of transition was that? It doesn't even make sense. It's just like, BAM! Right in your fucking face. It's like if I put a random 1970s or that 70s show montage dance thing in the middle of a fucking sentence. We jump to the female love interest of the movie, Brenda, and her father, who are going over their gadget invention of a mechanical foot. They learn that it will only move through willpower and not mind power.
We moved the foot!
Wait, so if they're the ones that made the foot, shouldn't they know how it works based on the technology that they create the foot with? I'm sorry, but to me that just sounds kind of stupid. While John is working on trying to fail at flirting with Brenda, a black van driven by who we assume is Dr. Claw's minion drives into the side of the building. The mechanical foot is foot-napped and Brenda's father is injured. John makes a vow to bring justice to whoever did it to them as he chases after the van. This leads to him driving onto an oil slick and smashing into a Yahoo billboard. Two things right here that pisses me off. First, nice way for product placement on Yahoo's part, and I did not edit that clip at all. That Yahoo stupid sound effect is actually in the movie. Stupid as fuck. Number two, why the goddamn fuck is Dr. Claw's face not in the fucking shadows? If you watch the goddamn cartoon, his face never leaves the shadows. Why, Disney, would you take something that original, which is what made Dr. Claw so awesome, because you never knew what he looked like, you never knew who he actually was? Nope, we're just gonna let him out of the fucking scene 10 minutes into the goddamn movie. Anger on Dr. Claw's face being seen aside, after much annoying and unfunny banter and jokes, Dr. Claw throws a cigar in the gasoline line and blows up a defenseless man. But a bowling ball plays the role of karma. As Penny visits her uncle in the hospital, the mayor and Brenda decide that it's John who will undergo the surgery to become a robotic cyborg. The surgery comes complete with corny cartoon sound effects after corny sound effects aside the gadget theme song. Okay, I understand you're putting working parts into his body and all this other crap, but why do you need all the cartoon fucking sound effects? He doesn't even have those types of sound effects in the actual cartoon. So why are they needed?
It's pointless. That's like me getting slapped in the face and a fucking sound effect happens. The hell? What the f?
John finally wakes up and his body starts to malfunction as a missile shoots out of his foot and flies through the hospital. He then runs into Brenda, who tries to calm him down and explains what happens to him. Meanwhile, Claw and his stooges try to figure out why their machine won't work. We learn that the main piece to Gadget's hardware is called... Brenda then gives Gadget his manual and he gains the iconic wardrobe. Training montage where we see Brenda trying to teach him how to use his gadgets and we get our first mistake.
Go gadget oil slick.
First off, why in God's fucking name would he even need that type of weapon in a fucking battle? Are you kidding me? Unless he's doing it to distract his opponent, which first off would be completely stupid. There's no point for it. Give him an actual oil slick that's actually useful. And second off, who the fuck's gonna clean that all up?
Our next set of training is trying to teach him how to use his extendo arms, but his trainer ends up on the wrong side of things. Brenda then shows Gadget his new Gadgetmobile, complete with camouflage and its own personality.
Okay, insert obvious racist joke here. Why'd you have to make the car black?
After the car and Gadget finish arguing over who's in charge, Gadget foolishly helps two escaped prisoners break into a car. He eventually apprehends both criminals, only after, once again, not knowing how his own gadgets work. At the ball, Brenda and Claw get reacquainted as they used to go to college together. Gadget doesn't trust him, so he begins to snoop around using his extendo ear. Gadget and Brenda speak about what she plans on doing now that the Gadget program has worked. Gadget learns the hard way that he is not going to get any big cases.
What a surprise. Another superhero movie that makes the superhero shunned by those who he works with. Typical.
Gadget goes into the precinct and demands that he be put on the Bradford case, but to no avail. Claw then reveals his new master plan of making an evil Robo-Gadget.
What are you going to do now?
I'm gonna kick some butt.
Damn, I was hoping to go to Disney World.
Gadget snags the case file for the Bradford case and ends up looking at the chip in the evidence bag. With the help of Penny in an ironically placed truck, Gadget figures out the clue.
Stolex Industries.
Gadget goes to warn Brenda about what's going on with Skolex. Gadget then proceeds into stealth mode as he tries to recapture the Robofoot, which doesn't end well. Brenda learns through the most annoying robot on the planet that Skolex has the foot. Dr. Claw then torments the inspector as he reveals that he wants the world to own only his androids and nobody else's. Claw then takes the chip to keep Gadget working, and Robo-Gadget torments the town.
Even in a movie that is not about Godzilla, Matthew Broderick still finds a way to destroy Godzilla.
Brenda and Penny find Gadget in a junk site, and through a bullshit excuse for reasoning, Gadget somehow miraculously comes back to life.
Okay, do not give me that bullshit. He had the heart all along. He never needed the chip to actually work properly. No, if his body is made out of cybernetic parts, he still needs that chip to function properly. Just like Superman, you give him kryptonite, he no longer has power. Still the same thing. You take his chip away, he no longer functions. Just like with Cyborg, it would happen the same way. bite me.
The hero chases villain around the city, and it eventually turns into Gadget versus Gadget as they fight on the bridge. Brenda chases Skullix, who in turn captures her, and the fight between gadgets eventually ends as the inspector pulls the plug on evil.
This isn't funny!
Gadget catches up with Dr. Claw, and he fights for his and Brenda's life. As he gets caught on the copter recalling his training, he somehow hits the button to screw up Claw's control on the copter. As they fall towards death, he shouts out Gadget after Gadget, eventually using an umbrella to save their lives. They finally get a little time alone, but don't quite make it to the kiss.
I wonder if Inspector Gadget is thinking right now, go Gadget vibrator.
To finish the movie, Skullix gets arrested, Gadget finally gets respect from the chief, and after some fireworks, the credits roll.
Thank you. I actually sat through this Go Gadget. Peace out. What the fuck? Why would you put that at the end of the credits? No one wants to see more of this movie.
My name is Sykes. Hi. And I'm a minion. But it's been
Motherfucker! Let me end my fucking torture!
Hey, thanks for watching my movie. Yeah, my movie. Even though we called it Inspector Gadget.
While we do capture the corniness of what the original cartoon gave us, the original show was 10 times better than the movie. Revealing Dr. Claw's face made me and a lot of Gadget fans hate the movie, and the movie has way too many adult-oriented jokes and sexual tones for a child's movie. And to top it all off, we get really good actors doing subpar acting and a plot line that has been seen over and over again.
While this movie is not as shitty as a lot of other movies like Catwoman and Batman and Robin, it's still one of those superhero movies I wish I could forget. And with that being said, I have a lot more Disney movies I have to review. So, without further ado, I'm your superhero critic, and I'll stay super as long as you stay... Doorbell. I should get that. Who the hell is at my door? Y'all love my Batman pajamas. Reaper Rob, what do you want?
I don't know what the fuck this is, but here you go.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so apparently I'm doing possible. Rob, how do you do that? Anyway, I highly doubt this is gonna explode. Damn you, Rob! Hello, I'm your superhero critic, and welcome to my Summer of Disney. What do you get when you cross a cheerleader, a bumbling sidekick obsessed with nachos, and a naked mole rat? Ah! Thank you! Can I have my hearing back? And you would be...
I'm Fairy Tale Girl, and you're about to do a review of Kim Possible without me?
Wait, Fairy Tale Girl? Wouldn't that insinuate that you review fairy tales? Kim Possible kinda doesn't fit.
I don't care. I'm here and there's nothing you can do about it.
This is Kim Possible Stitch in Time.
The movie starts with Kim and company at cheerleading practice.
You can never go wrong with cheerleading practice.
Unless you're a cheerleader, then practice sucks.
We then go into Ron being happy about having the same classes as Kim until they get to Ron's house and then they find out the bad news.
I'm moving?
That's right, Ron Stoppable is moving, but where is he moving to?
Why do we have to move?
My new boss, Miss Oga, said she wants me right there with her at the home office.
It'll be an adventure.
Wait, where is the home office?
Norway?
Norway!
Yep, Ron Stoppable is moving to Norway. And if there's anything that Steven Spielberg has taught us about Norway, it's one thing.
What's that?
Hula girls! Hula girls! Hula girls! Of course, it all adds up. I've somehow landed in Norway.
You're just mad you didn't think of that.
As Ron gets set to move away, the duo decide they're going to try to make the long-distance superhero thing work. Kim gave Ron a parting gift.
The duo then say their goodbyes.
It's so sad.
Are you okay?
I will be.
Okay, I'll just be over here.
After Ron wakes Kim up due to the time difference, Wade alerts her of a robbery in progress by Monkey Fist, which she quickly captures. Dove Gilligan shows up and Kim handles her own before Shigo and Draken show up. They lock her in a sarcophagus before stealing a headless monkey statue. Ron shows up and we learn a little bit of information about the statue.
Ever made whole, it could be used for unspeakable
monkey shines?
Evil.
Can I do the joke? Can I do the joke? Can I do the joke? Can I do the joke?
Fine, what do you have?
I do believe the statue is...
As Kim and Ron try to figure things out via a comlink, the villains argue over the power of the statue and it begins to clap the closer it gets to its head. Wade lets Kim know what is going on as she enlists Monique to help her since Ron won't be of any help. As the villains fight over who's going to get the monkey head. The heroes and villains go head to head as the villains eventually overpower Kim and they get away with the head.
Again?
Yeah.
But this time...
Bad guys 2, good guys 0.
This time it's off to Africa at the Temple Tempia Simia, where Ron actually makes it there on time. Kim and Ron try to stop the villains from putting the statue together, but alas, the villains finally win one over, and the power of the monkey brings forth a portal, and Draken gives Kim a farewell warning.
As Ron and Kim decide to no longer try the long-distance crime fighting, Kim puts together the Latin word of Tempesima, a portal appears behind her, and a giant talking Rufus walks out, alerting that Draken and the villains are going back in time, ruins the time stream, and gives her a way to travel through time. We then learn that Draken's plans will be as villains are turned into toddlers.
In the past, the three villains torment Little Kim and try to crush her spirit as Shigo and present-day Kim fight in the parking lot. Young Ron saves young Kim from the villains before they activate the monkey and disappear through time. Ron and Kim eventually meet for the first time.
Ow. You're weird, but I like you.
Hey, Superhero Critic.
Yeah?
You're weird, but I like you.
Thanks, I think.
Draken's new plan is to crush her spirit by sabotaging her first mission, which is called on a rich guy who installed a new lethal laser security to protect his plush collection. Ron runs into the school gym to alert Kim of the site hit after she makes a squad.
Sorry, I'll never ever ditch again. I swear.
That is a lie.
After using a young Rufus to get into the rich man's house, we witness Kim's first heroic act.
Monkey Fist appears from the time travel and brings in a giant gorilla statue to attack everyone. Present-day Kim shows up to protect herself. Future Shigo tells her past self to grab the monkey statue, and Ron shows up in the past to help save the day by doing what he does best and pushes a button he shouldn't push.
No!
Wow, cool. Booyah, you rock!
The group find out that it is in fact Shigo that is the Supreme One and not Draken, which, by the way, should have been obvious. Her and Ron decide to take the fight to her by going into the future. They quickly get attacked by drones. They run into a clothing store to gain clothes to not alert anybody else, only for Ron to learn that the worst has happened to his favorite restaurant.
No. It can't be. In her mad quest for power, she destroyed Bueno Nacho. You'll pay for this, lady. Oh, yes, you will pay!
Not the Bueno Nacho!
You okay?
I'll be fine.
The duo gets taken to the high school, now turned into an attitude-changing facility, and after a quick video on how things will be for them, their brain scans almost get them in trouble until...
What? Eat hot plasma, Supreme One Stooges!
That's right, Jim and Tim are part of the Resistance, and bring with them an army of naked mole rats to set Kim and Ron free. The twins give the update on what's wrong with the future, and we meet the Resistance leader, who happens to be Wade. The Resistance quickly go over plans on how they'll get past Shigo's defenses, and they decide to go into the sewers and run into Monkey Fist and an army of monkey ninjas.
If it's, I'll consider this one of them.
You're way outnumbered, dude.
Am I?
I'm sorry, but just saying, an army of evil monkeys would be fucking awesome.
Yes, yes it would.
The group then runs into Duff, who has become a cyborg. Tim, Jim, and Wade stay behind to take out Duff. Kim and Ron come face to face with Shigo and Draken, who basically become Bane from Batman.
Hey, it's my job to make the superhero references.
Too late.
As the three groups fight each other, Kim is overpowered by Super Draken and tied to a chair. Monique shows up in the nick of time and saves her life. The other two groups overpower Monkey Fist and Duff, or so they thought. Monique and Kim go head-to-head with Draken, who overpowers them, and the villains begin to win, and Ron slips out of his shirt and goes for the statue.
No touching my monkey.
Can't blame a guy for trying.
Actually, I can. See, I rule the world. I can do anything. Hey!
During her gloating speech, we learn that Shigo is one who's responsible for splitting the team up, which majorly pisses off Ron, and in his rage, Ron breaks the time monkey, setting everything back the way it was.
No way! Way.
Yes, yes it would. You're weird, but I like you. I do the joke and I do the joke and I do the joke.
Steven Spielberg has taught us about Norway. It's one thing.
I'm Fairy Tale Girl and you're about to do a review of Kim Possible without...
I couldn't save the world without you.
Hello, I'm your superhero critic, and welcome to my summer of... Wait. Didn't we already do this?
I think so. I don't remember.
Well, I don't have enough time, so let's just skip to the end, okay?
Well, the only other thing that happens is the duo gets a feeling of deja vu before the credits roll.
So there you go. Kim Possible, Stitch in Time. Well scripted, great voice acting, and an awesome movie to an already awesome series.
Hey, Superhero Critic.
Yeah?
You know there are 2 movies, right?
So let me guess, you're gonna make me go through both of them.
Yep.
Great. I'm your superhero critic.
And I'm Fairy Tale Girl.
Join us next time for Kim Possible, So the Drama. We'll stay super as long as you stay awesome. I wonder who I can get to help me with my next review. I know.
Yes, cocksucker.
I was wondering if you wanted to help me with my next movie review.
Oh god, what?
Kim Possible, So the Drama.
No! I fucking hate that show. Why would you even think? Like, are you stupid?
I have ice cream?
You better have fucking ice cream, bitch.
This is Kim Possible, So the Drama.
So the 3-parter starts in Japan as Shigo releases a green smog over the city. Kim bursts through a balloon, quickly ninja kicks ass as Ron stumbles out of the other balloon and comes face to face with a sumo ninja.
strong, ninja.
I am strong like the mountain.
And you need liposuction.
Shigo flies in and kidnaps the president of a toy company while Kim and Monique bitch about girl problems. Typical Ron bumblingly saves the day.
As Kim learns more about Nakasumi, Ron has fun playing with all the toys. At Draken's hideout, Draken and Shigo talk about how evil Draken really is. With that, we learn Draken latest is to get inside the head of Kim by thinking a teenage female on Draken loses a drawing.
A doodle? You are so...
Word to your mother.
That's wiggity wiggity whack, yo.
Stop it. You're white.
But
No, just stop.
Fine.
At cheerleading practice, Bonnie insults Kim for not having a boyfriend and not having a date for the prom.
Ooh, it's a fucking popularity contest where everybody is dressed like retards and the little bitches are dressed all like sluts and have their titties hanging out. Yeah, totally awesome.
I actually had 2 proms, both of which I was stood up at.
Wow, really?
Unfortunately, 100% true. But what do you get when you dress up like a superhero and you're a giant comic?
Sorry. I love you?
I don't care!
Monique and Kim bounce back and forth on why guys don't want to be with her. Ron finds out that Bueno Nacho has been bought up and his usual Nacho Day is no longer being promoted. Back to Draken, where we see him meeting up a high-up villain at a club, and him and Ron sneak into the room. Shigo quickly starts a fight with Kim as Ron plays a poker game scared for his life. Draken gets all the information he needs, learning it's Kim's dad who has the villains quickly make their escape with Draken's usual threat.
You think you're all that, but you're not even close.
Part 2 starts at school with Ron talking to Kim about signing petition for getting Nako Night back, while Kim shows depression that Ron mistakes her for being upset over messing up with Draken. Back at home, Kim talks to her mom about the whole Ron being friend zone but not knowing if she wants more situation. Ron meets the new kid Eric, who makes it clear he likes Kim from first glance. Ron tries to make it certain that Ron and Kim are just friends.
You know, I think that they're lying to themselves about how much they actually like each other. Gross.
That is the poison of the friend zone.
Ron goes to join Kim at the lunch table when Eric swoops in and we see Ron get majorly jealous super fast.
I feel as though a loop has just been formed and I'm not in it.
Yeah, and if Ron has no feelings for Kimmy whatsoever, I'm fucking Batman.
You know, they're probably going to have to admit that they're going to end up bumping uglies. What do you think?
Well, what happens next is probably gonna make a tear or two come through.
Because we then get a depressing montage of Kim and Eric getting closer as Ron is left in the dust.
Oh, you poor little thing. Did you ever fucking think it's because you're a fucking ugly-ass dweeb and you have a naked fucking mole rat? Who the fuck is a naked goddamn mole rat? Mole rat. They live in the ground. They're nasty. They're blind. This motherfucker. You know what? Fuck it. I like the mole rat. The mole rat's cool. His name's Rufus. Rufus? Rufus. Yeah, Rufus.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
While Kim's dad works on his project, Draken breaks in and demands his face this project. In return, he deletes the information, but Draken still captures him anyways. While Ron is learning that the future of Bueno Nacho will include kids' meals and play places, he gets paged from Kim for the 911 that Draken has Kim's dad. They then go to save her dad, only to be ambushed by robot drones, which, again, she quickly disposes of in time to save her father from the goop.
At least I think so.
What exactly did Draken do to you?
I have no idea.
He kept...
When will villains ever learn you need to stay and make sure the hero is actually dead? Leaving them is just gonna give them the opportunity to escape.
The next day, Bueno Nacho craze sweeps the world as the new toy Little Diablo debuts and makes kids go crazy. Ron flips out on TV and Kim and Ron reminisce about their lives in their old treehouse before Eric asks Kim to the prom. While Ron gets ready to tell Kim how he feels, but then decides to go to Bueno Nacho instead, and he ends up getting a cryptic message from the worker there.
Ron flips out over Bueno Nacho no longer carrying bendy straws. Through Wade's help, he makes a call to the head honcho, and the audience learns that Draken owns Bueno Nacho now.
Dun, dun, dun.
Part 3 opens up with Ron being attacked by hundreds of little Diablos, and the chase begins and ends at the prom where the toys disappear and everyone, including Kim, thinks Ron is making things up.
After a little bit of trying to convince Kim it's Draken, the duo ditch the prom to talk to Kim's dad, who confirms it's the Hephaestus project that Draken stole. Hugo alerts Draken that things are going by.
Let me guess, Draken's going to use Eric as capture bait.
Yep.
We then learn what the project really does.
Cybertronic circuitry can repair itself, modify itself. It can actually grow.
That's gonna end badly.
More than likely.
Get Mom and the boys at it.
Told you so.
The bots and Kim start duking it out as her parents and brothers modify Ron's bike with rockets. Wade tells him if she knocks out the main signal, she could shut down the robots. Ron suggests that it's probably a Bueno Nacho, so the two make their getaway.
How do we get the rockets to go faster?
I guess that's how.
The duo then take out the signal, which is way easier than it should be, because all Kim has to do is have Ron trick the giant robot into crashing into the giant taco. Draken then takes over Kim's intercom frequency and alerts her to him having captured Eric. She runs home, grabbing an experimental suit, and heads to Bueno Nacho headquarters, where her and Ron once again meet the giant sumo ninja.
You know, I could make your voice sound like the sumo ninjas.
Don't you fucking dare.
You motherfucker! Oh god! I sound retarded! No! I sound retarded! Fuck you. I want to sound like high-pitched and everything. Can I kill you? Yeah, I'm gonna kill you.
You sound like Alvin and the Chipmunk's stupid cousin.
I'm gonna kill you.
Please don't.
Shigo and Kim go head-to-head once again, and of course Kim eventually overpowers her. Eric looks as if he escaped, only for Kim to find out a shocking secret.
Actually, here, I'm known as Synthodrone number 901.
While tied up, Ron tries his best to cheer up a down Kim. He reminds her that there's more fish in the sea and all that love sappy shit. With the help of Rufus, the two of them escape and interrupt Draken's gloating. Kim and Ron begin taking down Draken's forces, starting with Ericbot and Shigo. Kimmy then takes her EMP gun and shoots it. Ericbot stops the bullet from hitting the tower. Unfortunately for him, Rufus holds grudges after being insulted.
Oh no! No!
Ron finally gets his name said by Draken. Shigo gets kicked into the tower, and Draken finally been taken down. The miniseries then finally ends with Kim and Ron dancing at the prom, and the couple finally kiss.
Finally, Ron Stoppable has finally gotten out of the friend zone. Ironically, through that, it gave Disney the ability to make another season after this. But other than that, he finally got through the friend zone.
Well,
where'd you get the sombrero?
Doesn't matter. Now, where's my ice cream?
About that, I actually don't have any.
Oh, really?
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Ow! 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 Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
You're gonna get me ice cream.
I'm Superhero Critic. I'll stay super as long as you stay awesome!